in time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on say it. I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest, come on say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on say it. I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest.
best. Watch how we flex, kick it real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Watch how we flex when you kick it this fresh. Can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. All right. Know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go.
up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. It's the finals, it's day 2, and we've got 6 juicy games coming your way. My name is Imperium, and I'm joined by the wonderful Neptura for a lot more action.
A lot more action, for sure, is what we have in store tonight. Yes, I'm not... I saw you look down to the bottom. I thought, oh no, am I muted? No, but honestly, I'm just hyped. I'm excited. It's day 2. We're looking so good in terms of those teams. Lots of contenders, lots of action, for sure, coming up our way.
Yes, stories to be told. Well, I suppose chapters to continue to be written. You can write yourself chapters in the form of on the social media sections of the PUBG Mobile Europe side, whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram. I tried to blend it in. Join the conversation with hashtag PMSL PUBG Mobile EU, if I'm correct. I got it right last time. I have forgotten it.
I tried using it today. I tried using it today and I couldn't remember. It's so long. It's so long. But
it's really not a convenient hashtag. I'm sorry, it's not.
Oh,
my computer literally just said GG for me, and he's not wrong. Oh
no.
Man. Oh man. So
oh, goodness.
we kind of have the foundations laid per se of the team started with 0 points in yesterday's games, right? Squared off every opportunity. Now we see a situation where teams towards the top, they see it, they have a good sense, but the teams down in the bottom, massive mountains they have to climb, right? It's really going to be tough. And looking at the schedule for today, same as ever in terms of the maps. You got to make those maps count.
It's going to be a struggle for sure. I mean, Miramar right off the bat being the first map of the day is a tough one.
Yeah.
Not everybody is good on Miramar. In fact, very few can dominate. It's really down to individual games a lot more than, say, Erangel. And Sanhok for the lower teams, I think, is really going to be one to watch just because you often see a team that is lower down have a really good game on Sanhok. So if you are somebody that is struggling, I would personally recommend just going for that Sanhok, making sure you get a win there or a top 3, and then having that momentum to carry forward into the next Erangel.
The VOD review of how you performed as a team over yesterday's games, ever so important, right? Extracting as much information and much of an insight of how you can improve will be a telltale sign coming in today's games. And this is the overall standings as we see things right now. Team Spirit. Man, what a day yesterday, Neptura. What a day.
I mean, they're the only one in the top 3 without a win, right? They're only one of 2 in the top 5 without a win, and they're just dominating at this point in time. They've got the most eliminations, they've got the most placement points. It's looking kind of insane, and yeah, we still have 18 games to go, right? Things could always change in the next few matches, but if they can continue what they started yesterday, there is no stopping this team.
As simple as that. Couldn't have said it better myself. And this is what we somewhat alluded to down in the bottom of the standings. The Nameless on only 5 points. The Mind Weapon did end on a better note in yesterday's final game, if I remember correctly. But again, 10 points. They're 16 points away from the top 10. Then their climb will need to come further. So again, every game's going to count for the likes of the Mind Weapon.
It is. It really is. You know, you're right. They're only 1 point ahead. They're only a few points ahead, or behind rather. They could really, really do some good work here. Again, with the closeness of points coming into today for all the teams, I think they really would benefit by just really focusing on that consistency, right? Not going for all those eliminations, not going for all the big wins and everything. Just trying to keep consistently top 6 would probably be the position I would put forward to them and kind of challenge them to get. Just to, you know, because to get to 6th at this point, you also need to have a few eliminations. So pinpointing a position is quite possibly giving you quite a few points.
I inherently don't disagree, because consistency around kind of late stage placement points per se will always be a benefit. However, for me, especially with the state of PUBG Mobile, aggression and elimination points are so much more valuable. And in my opinion, aggression will lead to a higher rate of higher placement points, but bigger focus on pure placement points will less likely lead to more elimination points, if that makes sense.
That's possible, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's possible.
And that's my worry as a bit of a counter argument, but I also see where you come from, because I noticed that in the kind of bottom half of the standings, most of the teams outside the 4 Romanian boys are still on single digit placement points, right? They've yet to really find themselves in a late game situation.
Yeah, and that's really something you see often, is they wait and they save and they wait for those placement points in some ways that never come, right? I think on the other side of that, though, you have to think about what kind of strategy is going to get you to that top 6 or that top 7 position into those placement points, and it isn't going center circle, or it isn't just blindly rushing or trying to get to the edge of zone, something like that.
Exactly.
It is more calculated than that. So I think there's lots of different points to be considered when choosing, you know, which strategy you're going to go for today. But yeah, I do hope these teams figure it out for themselves and try and figure out what is going to work best for them. As we get on into Miramar, like I said earlier, this is a really hefty game to start the day with. It's really going to make or break some of these teams.
And that's why I kind of use the word evolution more often than not when it goes from day to day or within the same tournament, because I would never want any team to change inherently how they play, because that's frankly stupid, right? Always go with the core sense of how you play as a team. If it's more passive, that's not really a bad thing if that's something you're more comfortable with. It's the evolution of knowing when to be passive, when not to be passive, right? And that's going to come with experience. That's going to come with evolving from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, right? So that's why I mentioned the word evolution and how we see teams improve. And game 1 is of this day is where it's going to begin.
You do see, I think, in some ways, a bit of an evolution coming in from Lithuania. I don't think we've seen them quite on this coastal side before. So it'll be interesting to watch them how they're going to do that. They may be just grabbing vehicles, to be honest, to go over to the eastern side there, which we do
That
usually
would
see
make
them
sense.
over at. But they might want to not do that now because the zone has gone straight over to El Pozo. It's gonna go west. It's gonna even go to those border cliff lines over there. That's not something we see all that often coming in. So we'll have to watch how that helps or hinders teams evolving into that new zone. There's only a few teams actually inside a zone. The majority of the lobby is outside of it.
Also, Leo Esports and Tora going to Valdemar. Nobody dropped there in yesterday's Miramar games. Certainly beneficial with the circle of phase 1. Unexpected, but again, I consider that a somewhat positive evolution because they would look back, notice, well, nobody's dropped here. If we go there, frankly, we're less clustered than if we go to our normal drop spot. It technically makes our rotations easier and maybe could set them up for a stronger midpoint of the game. So I'm excited to see how they play this Valdemar drop spot.
4RB, I think, are going to be a team that will have a hard time coming into this new zone, right? You've got Dagestan on the one side, Nexus and KASIK kind of near Los Leones, that area. They've kind of spread out quite far down to that south side. But you also have STK over in Picado and Spirit right below them as well. So 4RB looking a little bit hemmed in here on this side of Los Leones. They might want to think about moving sooner rather than later, but it's going to really be a difficult thing to decide, to be honest, because do you go late and wait till everybody's in, or do you go early and try and push past the edge teams? I mean, it is going to be really up to how comfortable they're feeling. After yesterday's games, I'm not sure which one they should go for.
S2 with a 2-2 split on Cruz Divide, Toro, and what I'd like to see them do is utilize that very northern roadside. I think it's obviously you don't have too many teams that go that up north around Campo Militar, but I think considering this circle and avoiding on the edge that you somewhat alluded to, whether it's like Shockwave, ALPI, even other teams coming in from the east, that very northern roadside going past La Cabrera could be just a clean early game movement from S2.
You know, you're right. I do actually like what Leo have done here. Their passage into zone is going to be really easy. TNL are over in Monte Nuevo, and even though they've got that spread coming in, it's vast enough of a map where Leo can just use that western road and never have to worry about them. So I do like this from Leo.
Exactly.
It's going to set them up really well in this next zone. But they are on the move, but they got to be really quick about deciding where to actually go because teams are now starting to pull in. They're starting to move. Rush are in El Pozo, SBG moving out of San Martin into the cliff sides over by the western side of San Martin as well. Shockwave now trying to move in. So they're all starting really early. And I think if you're a team that are on the outside of zone and you can figure out what these teams are doing and figure out that, hey, you know what? This kind of zone, teams are going to be moving early. That's going to be in your best interest.
Talking about moving early, are we seeing a evolution? Once again, I mentioned that word. But a step up of pace from SPG. Landed in San Martin, and I feel like in various other Miramar games, they play their own game of maybe being slow to move away and rotate somewhat later into phase 1. But they're going quite center, quite early in this game.
They are, you're right. That is a new one. We haven't seen that too much from them. It will be interesting. I like what they have done because they've not gone into a compound. They've actually gotten those really high cliff sides, right?
Yeah.
South of El Pozo, that little trifecta area. So I really love that. I'm always one for high ground over a compound personally. So I think that could be really working in their favor. They're set up for that gatekeep. Other teams will know that somebody is going to be up there. They're not going to be completely blindsided. But you could see some really, really good points coming in here. SBG looking like they want to win this.
On a side note, I started calling that area where SPG are the tail end hillside of Crater Fields because it kind of looks like a bit of a tail.
Okay.
And I think it's a good
Yep.
representation of where it is on the map. Not asking you to say it as well, but for me, I think it's a good representation of the area of the map. ALPI moving in from the northeastern side. A lot of teams kind of avoiding each other, and this could be a settlement from yesterday's games. Again, just teams realizing certain mistakes on early rotations, late rotations, corrections. Every single second, every single little bit, every single meter of the map, you make a quick improvement. It can lead to a better late game. Obviously, if everybody does it, you're still going to hit that breaking point. But again, it's nice to see a little bit of a calmer start to this first game.
For RB, still in Los Leones. They have opted for that late rotation coming in. I really don't blame them. I think, honestly, that's probably going to be their best bet going forward. So they are just now starting to make that move as TNL rush. They're going to be clashing over onto the south side of El Pozo. These are some nice cliffs for them to be using, to be honest. It's one worth fighting for, and Matana is not going to be happy with those mini shots. He's going to miss them, and he's going to get tagged in return. But it's a bit of a 2-2 split coming in here from both these teams. You do see Rush trying to do something with this, which I like. They're moving around. They're being mobile. They're, figuring out what the best angle is. That's proactive. I like it. But
yeah,
it's not going to be enough at this point in time. The Nameless have a really good spot in terms of cover, and it's going to be more difficult than maybe they think.
And I'm curious because one question I was going to ask was, should Rush stay in El Pozo? Now that they've moved away, what's your thoughts on this movement away from the city by Rush team?
It could go two different ways. I mean, well. Now they should have stayed in El Pozo.
Well, no, I kind of don't want you to factor in the circle shift, to be honest.
No,
I
not
know
at
that's
all.
easier said than done,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, I think it could go two different ways, right? If they're a team that don't like compounds, they only are in there to loot, but they prefer the high ground, then absolutely get out while you still can. If that's
Fair.
not a factor for them, then yeah, absolutely, they should have stayed, I think. Maybe come out to these cliff sides, come up there, see what's what, try and get a little bit of territory under your control. But there's so much space in El Pozo and such good buildings, I think really it's in their best interest to stay there.
It's benefited Leo Esports. They went far up north on the rotation in Phase 1. Somewhat surprised me. But again, they benefited. They're away from the majority of the teams that are either going to be in El Pozo or more on the south, north and eastern side of that city. S2 wrapping around. They have kind of gone for that northern rotation, and they've now ended up to the north outside Crater Fields.
S2 as well, looking very good. S2 and ALPI, actually. Two of the teams that are newer teams. ALPI is struggling a little bit more than S2 at this point in time. But both of these teams going for that northern rotation. It's a good rotation to have. It's clean so far, and they're moving into some good high ground. So they could have a real shot here. MABETEX doing the same thing, but this is why SBG moved in here in the first place, why they set up so early. It's so they can do this to teams that are coming in late, trying to do something. I mean, it's a little bit far now with that 3 times, okay, sure. But you know what? That pressure is on, and there is going to be damage in there somewhere.
On a side note, Nexus are still in the blue of this Phase 2. I don't mind it. On a side note, I don't really mind it. But they're going to be walking into the edge of the circle with 0 information, so they're going to have to thread very carefully. All the experience that they have as individual players are going to have to draw to make a successful push into this Phase 2. Interestingly, a few teams opted to go into El Pozo. I think that's 3 for the time being. 3 teams are in El Pozo.
I mean, there's enough space for it, right? There is enough space to actually house that many teams. It's just when you start thinking about the zone getting smaller, that's when it starts to be a bit of a squeeze. But MABETEX, yeah, on this side are quite comfortable. Lithuania coming in there as well through the blue, an interesting position for them. But again, they were all the way over in Puerto, so that makes sense. 4RB, another team just coming into zone right now, but we will see that zone move on in. Dagestan Leo in a fantastic position. Oh my goodness me.
Are we going to see a city finish for the first Miramar game of the day?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
damn it. I mentioned it during the qualifiers, but this is a Neptura special in my opinion. Yeah, the Zumax curse, should I say, coming through. In this one, so tough for a lot of these teams, and I don't normally say this, but I would be generally okay if like the majority of these teams opted to go for a push into the city. I would really be okay with that, because as the city's quite vast and you have like pockets of areas that you're able to lock down, and again with how central it is, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not going to be the worst thing in the world if they do that. TNL now have to really hold down this this cliffside as much as possible for RB. They are going to want to move in. They are the more experienced team of the two, so they could have the upper hand here, despite TNL actually having that position for quite a while. And it looks like 4RB are going to be able to take them on down. TNL down to 2.
We're in phase 3 and we still have 60 players left in the lobby, all 16 teams. Again, that's how disciplined this first game of the day has been. That's how calm and understanding all of these teams are of what's going on around them. Matana gets a knock into one of the Dagestan 77 players. We are starting to see action unfold. A couple of knocks here, a couple of knocks there. A few teams with 3 players left. S2 are in kind of the worst position off the back of an initial strong rotation of phase 1, phase 2, but now the fight is going to break out between Spirit and Shoot to Kill. Spirit in a lot of trouble. Another player knocked down. Discrum on spot for Shoot to Kill.
There is a lot of teams on that south side, I have to say. I mean, what? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different teams on the south side out of 15. I mean, we haven't lost that many teams, to be fair. Only S2 going on down, but for real, how many teams are on the south side? That's quite a few. So these teams are going to have to be very, very careful with how they play this. These angles are going to be everywhere all at once. But at the moment, Team Spirit coming in there, STK. Ooh, that could be a good nade.
Kitsune, he pulled off a 1v2 in yesterday's Miramar game. Can he do the same thing? It's going to be easier said than done. As a lovely nade over the backside, over the wall, knocks down Kitsune, and now it's just one player left from Spirit against a full squad of Shoot to Kill. The lobby leaders, the playmakers, the blueprint of yesterday's games. They can afford to have a bad game, but it's certainly still a surprise to see them go down like this so early in day 2.
And down they go. Not even an elimination to their name. Oh my goodness me. Not the game they wanted for sure. But it is, it is going to be the first game, and they weren't really in a fantastic position to start with. The zone is a massive hard shift. We did sort of see that in other rosters that Kitsune was in, of course, that zone really destroying any strategy they had. So we might be just seeing a little hint of that, but MABETEX coming in, NEXUS trying to push this building. They're going to actually be in the building. MABETEX not able to keep them out of the area completely. But NEXUS are just down to 3. MABETEX are on the same, so it's even Steven as far as they're concerned. Ooh, Psyox, though, is going to go down in just a second. There we go. Get that elimination immediately. Redox now up to 1 elimination.
Kabahala is in the backline, but I wonder how much he's actually doing to benefit the team inside what is arguably a simple compound fight. I don't think he has a vehicle, so I understand why he's not directly with the team. Still a good takedown by Redox, and now 4 Romanian boys under a bit of pressure. Royal gets knocked to the blue zone. Unfortunately, Lawrence, Robbie, Sarah still going as Dagestan 77 lost a player, but they are on 4 eliminations.
It's a good start. It's a good start for sure. 13 players, or 13 teams rather, still up for grabs. So 4 eliminations, not the worst possible situation to be in right now for RB. Just down to a duo though. That is unfortunate. They don't have vehicle either. We'll see how it goes. The zone continues to move northernly. It's not looking good for 4RB at all. They have STR in their midst as well, right ahead of them. Dagestan just bullying past STR there. Might actually do it, yeah. Aztec does go down. Obley doing work on the side of Dagestan 77. That's going to make those viewers really, really happy. Those supporters in chat, they will be good to go there, but it's not over yet. STK are not dead. They are not gone, and this is still a threat for them.
4 Romanian boys. Yeah, it's going to be probably game over for them in this first game of the day. Nothing really they could do, and shoot to kill, pick up their 7th elimination in this first game. Arguably a team that in my eyes we rated quite heavily coming into the finals, even with the context of it being qualifiers. I think they performed extremely aggressively in the first part of the EU qualifiers. But yesterday they were nowhere to be seen. Great to see them step up more heavily and find the eliminations in this first game of the day.
Leo, on the other hand, are still on that western side, looking really, really strong and continue to look strong. The zone goes directly to them. We're now going outside of El Pozo, outside of the city. All these teams, except for Shockwave, all these teams really betted on that city finish there. They got set up, and now the mind weapon, they are that forefront. They are the front line when it comes to the rest of those teams trying to get past them to that northern side of zone.
Leo Esports prayed venomously to the PUBG Mobile guards, please let the circle go our way. Please let our strategy work out. And by God it has. They have a great spread. Nobody's really going to breach them because nobody's going to want to cross the road. It'll be too little too late. The risk and something they have to think about is they're in the minority part of this circle, so they're going to have to think about what they're going to have to do to carve an entry point through the next circle, shift back over to El Pozo.
Shockwave looking really good about really getting on top of that northern side quickly. But the rest of these teams are not going to have that same luxury. ALPI now crashing Lithuania. Oh my goodness, gets the one. Fearless does go down. Nice Molotov on the side of this player.
Perfect.
Sandrick is going to go a bit more down, though. Really good stuff. Oh my goodness me. You're only down to 2, and oh, Mac, he's done good stuff. He's done excellent stuff. He's going down a little bit by bit there. The Molotov, just crazy. Silence, on the other hand, nowhere near his teammate. Another one, no meds, very, very little health.
Okay, he does get knocked, but still a fantastic effort from Lithuania as a solo player. Silence, trying to find something. Maybe a warehouse here, maybe a warehouse there. No, Dagestan 77 find another elimination. They're up to 6 and another team goes down. 11 teams are left, 32 players. Phase 5 blue zone closing in. All these teams now, to be fair though, are inside the circle, right? Even Nexus up on the northeastern side, SPG on the southeastern side, all of these teams inside the circle.
Nexus have actually done a fantastic job of getting inside zone with such a late rotation. We haven't seen anything from them yet, but with such a late rotation, they've actually looked really good. But Leo finally having a little bit of pushback from these teams around them. They want this area for themselves, and Striker is going to try and nade them out of this.
Yeah, I thought no team were going to kind of crash them on the western side of the road. Obviously, Shoot to Kill left as a solo player. Thought look, if I'm going to go for it, I'm going to go for broke. And it kind of made sense for him to go to the west side of the road. Calculatively going to be less teams, but again, purple from Leo Esports. Where's the rest of Leo? This should be a two-man push. This engagement arguably shouldn't take as long as it is. And Leo Esports rotated well, but now they need to find that time to switch it up, right? Now they need to find their aggression.
Mm-hmm. At the moment, not to be found just yet. The zone centers up, which isn't the best for Leo. It's not fantastic, but yeah, I'm surprised that Leo, there we go, little bit of backup coming on in, but Striker was ready for it. Oh, but Purple doesn't need help. He said, I got this one on my own. GG's. 7 eliminations, though, for Shoot to Kill. It's not a bad result no matter what. So they will go out without those placement points, but 7 eliminations, they're going to be happy with that. Shockwave, I'm going to keep going over to them because they've got that northern side completely free. It is outside of zone at the moment. They're going to try and move on in a little bit there, but how much ground do they actually have for them? I'm not so sure. It's very open up there. It's going to be a difficult one.
Like, why is Azer where he is? I kind of don't get it. What do you hope to achieve? I understand not Razor, how do you pronounce his name? Gazaba, I think it is. And his teammate kind of being where they are, but it doesn't really make sense. What does make sense is Rush team being crashed in on by the players of SPG as this fight starts to break out inside the city. Rob's going into first person perspective with the DBS in his hands, goes for the shots, takes down Rush team, and SPG not only will pick up a bunch of eliminations, but will stay alive as a full squad. The French team are back.
Question mark? It might be. I mean, I'm not getting my hopes up just yet. We saw them this from them yesterday. Yes, it was an anomaly, but they still won the first Miramar and had kind of an iffy day afterwards. Oh no, those nades! Oh my goodness me, what just a bombardment there. I don't think I've quite seen that before. Nicely done from the Mind Weapon. Good job, all in there all at once, making sure nobody can get past those nades, but nicely done anyway. And only actually going to confirm one, unfortunately for them, but now Vana has sights on SPG, and I think, honestly, everybody's got sights on everybody.
This is every man, woman, child, dog, duck, animal for themselves in this late stage of the game, where the hollow buildings, should I say, of Opposal come into play, and teams need to try to evict themselves and push into this late circle. Nexus, they opted for the open part of the city. It does mean that they're more exposed to angles. However, they're keeping themselves alive as a two-man team. While teams around them fumble, crumble, fall and stumble. SPG still up as a full squad. And MABETEX, they go down.
Dagestan could actually be a really powerful player coming into this next couple of zones. Purple does go down for Leo, leaving Leo just as 3. But to be honest, Dagestan still, great warehouse. If they can get control of that warehouse immediately, they're going to have a really great job. Shockwave taking down a little bit of the Leo player there. Leo, they have a great ridge. If they can only use it, they really need to be on the ball with that one. They need to get that res and get down ASAP, because teams are not going to allow them to get into the next zone.
Yeah, Dagestan need to occupy that warehouse as soon as possible. Surely they have the information to know that it's unoccupied. It's a risky warehouse because it's an open warehouse, right? You're exposed on one side of it, so your ability to control it is tougher. So I understand why they're not absolutely pushing it. But in terms of not letting a team get into there, you have to stop that push from an opposing team like SPG.
SPG, yeah, they're gonna have a hard time now. I gotta give it to Mind Weapon. To be honest, they really looking towards their back end there. They're really gathering up and trying to prepare for this next fight coming in. It's gonna be really, really messy. But oh, that's a great nade coming from ALPI. The solo still here. Only one elimination. There we go. The nade is good.
Wow.
Nicely done to use that nade. So smart. Because now he didn't know where that nade was coming from, right? Really, really good stuff there.
Definitely have an idea. Zadira looking to cook one in the direction of Beagle. Hiding behind a broken fence. Behind this warehouse. Dagestan, their position, their ability to control this late game. Severely cut down off the back of losing another player. Now it's just 2 left alive. The only team with a full squad, Neptura, is Shockwave on the northern side of the circle. They opted to avoid the city, and it's giving them dividends. Their shareholders will be happy off the back of that investment as Adira gets knocked down. Bigo being a thorn in the side for Dagestan 77. Their fans are going to have to cheer louder if Dagestan are going to get stronger results in the later games of today. What a play from Bego. What a play.
I know. I love that he's gone in the exact same place as he got that player from. Just have to make sure and hope and pray there's no nades coming his way, because he might be just as dead as the Dagestan player coming in there. Oh, but Sneak's gonna get Molotov. That's a great opening Molotov there. The follow-up with that nade doesn't quite hit it, but now here comes that push from Robs.
Once again, going into FPP, confirm the elimination update, but Sneaks is going to sneak his way in and find one for himself. SPG, just Rob's left alive, going to try and find a time to pull off a first aid. Can't do it, and Sneaks takes him down, but now Nexus are waiting in the wings, looking to strike like an iron fist. The Romanian team into the top 6. 3 eliminations, all of them at the hands of Redox, should I say. Doxing his opponents left, right and centre with those bullets, with those sprays. But their next challenge, led by their IGL, Kapahala is in front of them. They also have to be aware of Shockwave in towards the northern side. The open sand dunes of El Pozo is awaiting all these teams, and what an aid by Redox to take down Sneaks. Up the 4 as Kapahala's teammate goes down. 5 teams remaining.
It's been a bloody battle, but I think it's crazy that only the 2 solos are left here. Nexus on one, ALPI on the other, and it's Shockwave and Leo at that very other side. It's gonna be a big one. Shockwave, you're right, Leo just down to a duo, so Shockwave's the only full squad, but Marin, he's got those angles. Nicely done. Razorino just gonna go down without a revive, without any sort of return shot there.
Whoa.
Finally get some shots. Oh, but the rock saves him.
That was a BTR special right there from Azer. Waiting in the bushes, being one with the bush of Miramar. Great play by Marin on a side note to get that clean, free elimination. With the Shockwave down to 3. As we're down to the final 2. Shockwave against Leo Esports, a fantastic molly. And now it's just one player left alive across the road. Nothing he can do. Shockwave close out the first game of the day with a chicken dinner.
GG's. Excellent work there. Shockwave coming in hot. Really good stuff. I love the push up that cliff as soon as they got that knock. Get that momentum going, get in there, and get ready to win. A really good job from Shockwave. Again, we see the same thing from Shockwave as we saw from SPG last time, to be honest. We that they just waited on the other side of the zone. Everybody was fighting down on the south side, but it doesn't matter. They still earned it. They still came home with a lot of points.
And kind of justifying why, and even though kind of phase 3, I did make a call of, I understand why the majority of the teams will go into El Pozo. I still fundamentally will always have the opinion that leave it until as late as possible to move into a city, right? And
Right.
Shockwave's chicken dinner proves that. Very low scoring game from the winning team. The elimination is very much shared
wow.
between the top 5, top 7 teams.
And that just makes it all the more interesting, to be honest, Imperium. I mean, keep those points super close. That's what we want to see, especially going into Sanhok, where everything can get upturned. So I like that a lot, actually. Coming into the first game of the day, there's not too much of a gap going on here. You do see Team Spirit, though. That is a team we did not expect to see all the way down at the bottom. And Rush Team, we talked so much about them in the first stages of the game. They also went out with 0 points.
Even though, again, all these teams should never be focusing on one specific team, with Team Spirit coming in today where they were, with the points gap they had over second place, there should always be in the back of your mind, oh, if they go out early, it's a perfect opportunity for us to strike, for us to catch up. And I think a number of teams did that very successfully inside this game 1. Let's go to a short break in which we will be back for game number 2 in the jungle terrain of Sanhok.
Someone love, someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Can you feel it rising up? Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Game 1 down, and certainly a couple of surprises, not only in the circle finish, but Team Spirit going out with 0 points in the first game of the day.
Yeah, that's a big upset coming in here for Team Spirit. You know, they had that massive lead at the beginning of day 1. It quickly dwindled, didn't it, Imperium? Very quickly in that first
did.
game.
Yeah, it was an opportunity to see teams below them catch up. And for us
Yeah.
as spectators, that's kind of exciting. Not that I want to see Team Spirit do bad, but I want to see teams catch up. I want to see it end as close as possible. Still 20 points, so Team Spirit won't be sweating that much. But SPG, that last game was much stronger from them.
Yeah, it was. What was nice about it, I think, though, was that it was a strong game without the win, right? We're used to them either so far in this tournament just completely wiping the lobby or going out fairly early on, right? In this one, it was nice to see them actually behave like a normal team for once. So it was actually nice. They still maintain a decent lead. 2 points ahead of Dagestan. That's not great, but considering the rest of the lobby, they've only really got to worry about the next 4 teams below them. So looking pretty good on there, and it's a nice, decent start to the day for sure.
KASIK Lithuania for Romanian boys did drop down a little bit in that game. For example, KASIK only got 2 points for Romanian boys, only got 3 points in Lithuania, only got 4 points. So compared to NEXUS, Dagestan, and SPG, that gap was created. But for Leo Esports, what a big push for them, jumping up to 9th place in the standings.
Wow. Really good job for them. I love the play that, was it Bogo? Was that his name? Came in there with those nades.
Yeah.
Instead of actually shooting him, he had the chance to shoot him. Bego, yeah, there we go. He had the chance to shoot him 100%, but he would have given his position away. Those nades are a lot more anonymous, and he did the right play there. That was massively big-brained. GG's, and it gets him to 9th place. That's well earned.
Team ALPI as well had good ideas. They're up to 13th, but nothing significant enough that we can continue to talk about. Again, it's kind of the same thing, and when we talked in preparation for this day too, again, it's no disrespect to the teams in the bottom half, but until they show us something better, they are where they are, and that's why I think we can highlight Leo Esports, because they showed us something better. They showed us something different, an evolution, and it paid off. Now they need to step it up a bit more, find a bit more aggression, and move with that.
Absolutely, 100%. I think I mixed up the teams there. I was saying Leo had that solo. It was ALPI, so GG's. But yeah, Leo coming in there. Yeah, Leo had a fantastic position. They did it well. They moved up early enough. It was a really, really great game from them. And SHOCKWAVE as well. You know, this is not a team we've heard too much of. Certainly yesterday they weren't around all that much. And so for them to come out with a really decent, I won't say it's super strong because they only got 3 eliminations off the back of that, but it was a decent, strong start. I think it was a good one, certainly for momentum.
Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. For being super critical, I think they could have been more aggressive. They could have picked up a couple more eliminations, being a little bit more of a thorn in the side for the likes of NEXUS, right? Even I think at that point, MABETEX and a couple of other teams in NAMELESS as well. But yeah, in terms of momentum and a safe start, a foundation to move up onto, absolutely extremely possible. Now we move on over to Sanhok. What's your expectations coming into this map?
For Sanhok, lots of carnage, but that's always what I just like to see.
I
think we're not going to see that many hot drops, to be honest. Maybe one. That plane path may make a couple teams go to Camp Alpha, perhaps. But overall, I think it's going to be a quiet first half to the game, to be honest. There's, barring 1 or 2 players going out early, I really don't expect too much from this coming into that second game of the day. It's the first Sanhok. I do expect some of those lower place teams to do more here. It is their game to shine. But apart from that, I think just a normal game.
Is there any specific team you're looking out for in this map?
I would say the Mind Weapon based on their performance in the last game, right? I don't think they placed particularly highly, but they had that aggression coming in there. I did like how they played against NEXUS as well. So for me personally, I will be looking towards them. And as well, maybe Spirit as well. I think that they've got a nice central position that they can work with.
I know we've had less Sanhok games across the whole tournament compared to the two other maps of the esports pool, but I genuinely think Sanhok has given us the safest circles, right? When you think of
Yeah,
Sanhok, it's
true.
been synonymous of which island is it going to end on. But outside of one game, I believe, it's always more comfortably being on the mainland. A bit of an anomaly, but again, does allow teams to play a bit more comfortably, a little bit more confidently into phase 2, phase 3.
Not many hot drops that we're seeing at the moment. It really is just here. Rush. Oh dear. Pummeling Vama there, unfortunately, for the mind weapon. Gosh, that is one
Castle
down
Curse?
very early. Yeah, I was gonna say, Imperium, you can't ask me those kinds of questions, man. I'm just really bad for teams. Oh no.
You are literally Maxman 2.0.
I am. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy how much I cast a curse
Is
teams.
it a French thing? Is it a French
Maybe
thing?
it is. Maybe it is, because I tell you what, something else, Imperium. It's even to the point of spectating cursing, right? I've noticed that my favorite teams, whenever I'm not watching, they win games. Then I start watching and they stop winning games. So I'm just bad for PUBG, apparently.
Basically,
Very sad.
if you want to do well, have Neptura
Mhm.
hate your team, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. That's basically what you got to do. So it's an interesting life to lead. That's for sure.
Look, in the words of Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. Shoot to Kill and MABETEX both landed in Painan, either side of this compound. Which team do you think has the stronger setup for potential engagement?
Ooh. I mean, I gotta say MABETEX, I think that it's evenly spread to either side with an even distance between them. Easily, hang on.
Oh,
Wait.
yeah.
Discrim.
Do you want to
Never mind.
do you want to
I'm gonna change it
reevaluate
right now.
your
Yeah. Yeah, because they have no idea, right? They have zero clue. I would say it's MABETEX if everybody for STK were on the other side of that river. But with Discrim behind here, he could prove super useful, super detrimental to MABETEX here. This is gonna be a juicy one for sure. I'm confused. It still could go the way of MABETEX, honestly. If Discrim gets knocked
For sure.
immediately, then it's game over, right? But as it stands, he's looking to be really sneaky with this one.
There's always risk. There's always a potential consequence to any kind of play you make, and you're dead right about Discrims. For MABETEX, at least they have all four players somewhat close together, so should have not come through, unless it's on the roof where a confirmation is a lot quicker to be pulled off. A potential revive is much more possible for MABETEX. As teams start to make their way into the circle, you have Leo Esports on the eastern side, along with both ALPI and Lithuania, as far as I know.
Oh,
And
I'm
four
also
Romanian
looking
boys.
on that. Yeah, 4 RBs over there. That is definitely going to be an interesting position to be having. It's interesting. They've all decided to kind of go to that northern quarry side, to that eastern side. It's interesting to watch teams kind of zone predict in real time
Yeah.
where they think the zone's going to go. For now, I kind of see that eastern shift coming in for these teams.
But also, am I right in saying that four Romanian boys don't normally end up this heavily towards the central east part of the map, right? They normally hang on to the northeast Mongnai side, right?
Yeah, you're right. So they've come in really early and really like full send in, which will be interesting. I almost wonder.
Do you think that's to avoid Nexus? Maybe.
Could be. It could be to avoid Nexus. I could see that being a possibility for sure. It also could be they're trying to get mid for the next zone rather than edge. They're trying to be a bit more proactive in the next
Fair.
couple of zones. But yeah, I could definitely see them trying to avoid teams like Nexus that they know are up there, try and get as much survival time as possible. That's entirely possible, but it's not going to be the way that they may be thinking of, because Nexus are actually going to the western side. They're going over to the bridge.
Now this fight starts to break out between Shoot to Kill and MABETEX. English gets knocked. Lovely pre-nade by MABETEX. Molly being chucked in the building, trying to separate the members of MABETEX, but as Sykes moves around to avoid a nade, he gets a second knock onto a member of Shoot to Kill, and we saw Discret on the high ground. Hasn't really been that effective for the side of Shoot to Kill as they push towards the other side of the river. MABETEX, Kenzu is knocked down. They did lose a player, so should they get the revive, they're back up to 3, and that's also allowing Shoot to Kill to get the revive onto English to make it a 3v3.
Discrim still up top, as I think he is. Potentially! Oh, no! He does not get that knock. Instead, Striker gets it. Oh, I was not seeing that coming. He was taken by surprise, but good reflexes, I gotta say. And now we have MABETEX on the other side of the water of that river, and that's an interesting one. They kind of just flipped around a little bit, but MABETEX not looking so good now. 2 down. English ready to take those fights. Haisu, though, is not to be stopped right now. He's trying to move away across the river. He wasn't there already, but the rest of the team know he's there. Nice nade coming in. He's trying to take them all one by one. I do like that, and it is going to work for now. One does go down, but now he's got 2 more to think about, and he's not going to be able to do it. He could not get that off fast enough. GG's, but MABETEX do go out here. Not going to be their game.
It might not be Leo Esports game inside Sanhok. As 4 Romanian boys are putting under a ton of pressure. 1 player already down, and inside the vehicle it's going to be a 2-man push. 1 goes down, but Robbie, once again, with teamwork in mind, gets a trade. Will get the revive. Another player, Leo Esports, taken out of this game.
That is unfortunate for Leo after such a good game in the Miramar. But for RB, they need points too, so they're going to be looking pretty good coming into this. 2 eliminations off the bat. You do see the zone has moved to that northern side, but it's centered up more than it's going east. So many of those teams that were on that eastern edge play, they're going to have to start moving in now. KASIK not being one of those teams, though. They're nicely situated in the mid.
You know what I absolutely love? And again, I think it's a continuation of SBG switching up their game. They moved out of Paradise Resort. Again, not going to say I was right, but I think I was right. You're welcome, SBG. Well done.
Oh, this could get good. Yeah, I totally agree. They're being far more proactive with that center zone and that control. So it is nice to see that. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see that coming in here. Rolkus, though, coming in as well. There's going to be a third party from Lithuania up against STK. Tell you what, STK can't really catch a break, it seems. We've not seen that much from them yesterday and so far today. They do have those 4 eliminations, but how long will it really last? You've got Lithuania who are ready to go. They're meted up, they're looted up, they're fresh. We could see some very bad things start to happen to STK with that zone coming in. It's going to be really a lot of pressure on them.
And Lithuania arguably have more to lose. They kind of arguably need to win this team fight simply because of the fact that they're 7th and they're only 15 to 20 points behind the top 5. So getting a good result in the Sanhok game will boost them up in the overall standings. Moving out of Painan is always difficult for any team. Doesn't matter what side of the compound you move towards, you're somewhat out in the open.
Nexus have a really interesting split, though. I have to say, this is an interesting one from them. They're kind of all up along that coastline when the zone has not gone that way for quite a while. So interesting, they're still there, but it's gonna work very well. I need to see an immediate shift to that northern side, to that Tatmok edge, immediately from Nexus.
And SPG as well, they're going to switch back up north. That's
Yeah.
totally... No, that's okay, but they don't need to go into Paradise Resort. There's a wonderful high ground that's just to the south of it that they can call their own. Is it 2-center? Possibly, but if any team can control it, it's SPG. They're incredibly strong. They're incredibly powerful when they lock an area down. KASIK respond extremely quickly, and they're already on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. Very, very well done by them.
Yeah, I love this from KASIK. It's really, really nice. They're in that little warehouse, so it is certainly a building that could easily get passed by a lot of other teams who are more focused on Paradise itself. So it could be a really good survival spot for them as well. We'll have to see how that goes for them. But Victor has eyes on Lawrence right now. Lawrence has a pan in hand, and now it's a nade. He's switching it out for a smoke, and that is going to be where he's going to make his stand around these rocks. Really yucky position for me personally. It's really hard to use. Victor, though, that off angle is going to take down Lawrence, though. And for RB, the rest of them, they're going to have to struggle on.
Oh my god, Victor. Sweet, sweet, holy mother of... Oh man, Victor. Oh, just that like, oh my god, you're so good. Well done by SPG. Again, this is kind of controlling play that SPG are able to pull off. Clean, calculated. Quicker than you can say Viva la France. SPG control this game. Dekistan 77 as well picked up a couple of eliminations. They're up to 3. They have lost a player, but definitely more proactive in their own right as Novello switches around, tries to find, I believe, the last player for Romanian boys indeed. And this should be job done.
It's interesting how much they're trying to actually control here. It's a tough little spot to actually try and do something with, but they seem to be doing quite well. ALPI, on the other hand, just going to be chilling. They're in a nice compound. They don't need to move. Spirit now starting to make that gatekeep move against S2 at the moment, and S2 really feels pressure. Is this a late rotation? Is this too late?
No, I still don't think it's too late. But I understand where you're coming from. I think Spirit evolving from their previous Sanhok games and maybe not going that close to Paradise or understanding the strength of a North Bootcamp hillside position in these kind of circles. And S2 maybe didn't predict that as much coming into today's Sanhok game. I was also going wow off the back of the elimination feed blowing up between Shockwave and Lithuania. It hasn't quite... No, it did finish off, and Shockwave picked up those eliminations. They've lost a player, but they're up to 4.
Effect does take out Heaven. Heaven for S2 has been a big factor for his team. He's done a lot of good work for them, so he's out early. That could harm them in the long run, but I think the zone's going to do more damage than Heaven's not being there, because they're just holed up in that little corner of the warehouse. Can't really do a whole lot about it, because they just have to wait for Team Spirit to move on. They have to move on eventually, but it could be too long of a wait with that new zone coming in.
Shoot to kill. Holding back Shockwave. The winners of the previous game have a much tougher test right now. Shoot to kill, riding pretty confidently off the back of a couple of eliminations, off the back of wiping out MABETEX in Painan. They avoided Lithuania, and now they come up against a team that took out Lithuania.
The zone has actually moved straight over to Spirit and all of those. Oh, Shockwave just getting taken out there. DBS and hand striker going in for those extra kills there. Nicely done on their end. But yeah, the zone has gone straight over to Spirit. to this western side, the southwestern side of zone. So actually, Spirit going to be here for quite a while, and S2 might have to med this one out, but I'm not sure how they're actually going to do that. Wandu did manage to get up, so he doesn't have that much of an area to actually cover, but he does need to keep that cover for him.
Never mind the long-winded hashtag that the social media team have provided for us to use during this event. Let's use the hashtag NerfDBS. Simple as that, because that gun is just too overpowered. Hashtag NerfDBS. I know it's coming in the next patch, but I don't care. Just nerf it completely. Make it as useful as I am. Because, you know, simple as that. And then we might see more variation in close quarter combat fights. As I digress, Leo Esports fighting against Blue. The next circle shifts down towards the southwest. Dagestan 77 in a fantastic position, as are SBG. They're going to be able to pick off the bones of both of these teams outside of the circle.
The problem with the DBS is that it's already been nerfed. That was this patch, and it still does this kind of damage. So it's kind of a big rip. Oh, okay. But he can't. Oh, he does now. I didn't think Purple was going to see him there for a little bit. Oh, goodness. Nice bush. Good bush camping there coming in. But Rush trying to take out the king of the mountain right here. Spirit might be just opting to just leave entirely. So Rush could actually have this position. Oh. Not sure. Oh, wait, effect. Getting taken out by SBG. Everybody's looking at Spirit right now.
I don't disagree with Spirit moving down the hill towards the compound. Maybe they could have done it 20 seconds earlier. I don't know. Having watching other fights, I can't confidently say this, but definitely riskier timing and how they pulled it off. Still, as a three-person team, they are much safer inside this circle. They are probably going to have to move across the road, though, because they have the minority of the circle in play. But by moving into these buildings, S2 and Rush are going to be kind of fighting for the hillside. They'll hear the shots. They'll be able to clean up the fight more likely, especially if any one of these teams go over the lip of the hill and in towards the direction of Spirit.
You know, you talk about Dagestan, when you talk about teams kind of holing up in compounds, Dagestan are doing that exact thing, right? They're actually in that same compound that Spirit were in yesterday, one of the Sanhoks yesterday. And it's so far working out just like it did for Spirit. It's working out well. Nexus could be moving in over onto those cliff sides potentially after they deal with KASIK, but that zone again with the hard shift going straight to that western side. S2 somehow still in the running here. This is going to be a really tough one. You're going to have teams fight it out on the edge before they can even move in. SBG and Nexus both have those problems there of neighboring teams hindering their way forward. This is going to be a really tough one to get through.
Nexus in a very similar position to where S2 were, but with a very different circle. It makes their fight a lot tougher, I tell you that much. KASIK throws out a grenade towards Leo Esports. A counter nade will do a little bit of damage. Not only should the DBS get nerfed, but also nades need to be nerfed as well. I just think they're too powerful and they're too relied upon in these kind of fights to get a knock. It should just be a weapon that's used to disperse a team, to separate a team, and then you go for the push with that. But that's another subject for another day as this Sanhok fight goes on. Leo inside the back end. Balsamic strikes like balsamic vinegar, but he goes down like balsamic vinegar onto a plate.
He does. He gets sprinkled around there, little bits of him. Oh, as the nade gets him right through the window. Oh, Magnum going straight on down. This is Nexus's type of play here. This is their push.
Very
Gonna
good.
come round, in, out, all around. Shake it all about.
Do the hokey pokey and turn around, and that's what it's all about. S2 are eliminated. Rush come in with the help of Spirit as far as you know. Now it's going to be a two-way fight on the western side of the circle. That compound that Spirit moved into is still just about inside the circle, while SPG still up as a full squad. They found their mojo, they found their je ne sais quoi, they're on 6 eliminations. This could be an SPG chicken dinner as Dagestan 77 go down.
It could absolutely be. Dagestan had no choice but to go down there. KASIK showed up. They're another trio coming in here. So it was 4v3 either side of poor Dagestan. So they didn't have much of a choice. They're nice nade through that window though. But an even better one gets on to reflect there.
But now SPG make it known to the members of Nexus that they are waiting in the wings on the outskirts of this compound. Picks off the remaining members of KASIK up and towards the sniper tower. Nexus dancing around, the bullets sprayed out by the French side. 3 teams left. SPG up to 9. Yes, Spirit on the western side. 3 top teams in the European stage of PUBG Mobile. Heaps of history, heaps of experience. PUBG Mobile global teams in the tail end of this Sanhok game. Who's going to come out on top? It's a 3-way dance as the circle centers on the eastern side of the road. SPG, just like that, wiped from this game, and we're down to the final 2. Nexus fighting, Nexus striking, Team Spirit moving in up to 6 3v2. But now as Nomi backs around behind the tree, Naomi gets knocked as well. So Nomi, can he be seen? Chucks out a smoke. That's at least going to give it a whereabouts as Doran. Oh my god. Like...
Sure, why not?
Like, it was like, bing, you know?
It was. Oh my goodness me. Finally, we see the Nexus that we're used to seeing, right? We see the Nexus that is reminiscent of Eastern Stars.
Yeah.
It's so good to see. They have been, in my opinion, struggling for a long time, to be honest. They have not been really able to find their mojo, and it feels like in that game there was just a glimpse of that again.
If I was to sum up this game as a whole, and arguably day 2, I would say clinical and calculated have been the 2 words, right? Because especially in this game, both SPG and Nexus especially were clinical. Spirit were calculated in how they moved, and they were clinical in their own right. Such a well-deserved result from the top 3 teams. Genuinely impressed. Should we expect this from those teams? Yeah, but I'm still not going to, like, praise it to the hilt when we see it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, credit going to where credit's due, right? You know, yeah, we expect it from them, but it's still awesome when it happens, and we're still gonna talk about it when it happens. There's actually quite a big drop from 3rd to 4th there, nearly double what we're seeing from Team Spirit versus Team KASIK, and KASIK came in like 4th, so they did a pretty darn good job as well.
KASIK were coming into this game 6th in the overall standings. Dagestan were coming into this game in 3rd in the overall standings. And Nexus were coming into this game in 4th in the overall standings. So kind of 4 of the, should I say 5 of the top 6 teams in the overall standings finished in the top 5, right? So the biggest losers of that game, unfortunately, were SHOCKWAVE. I know they got a squad right, but in terms of the teams around them, getting ahead and creating a harder gap, it was a big loss for SHOCKWAVE per se.
Yeah, it was a quite it was that way, to be honest. Mind Weapon, I gotta stop saying anything about any team because they come in here with 0 points. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Mind Weapon. It's all my fault. I won't talk about you at all in the next game, and you should be good to go there. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see those teams in the top 5, how they're performing, how they are doing in terms of the overall standings coming into game number 3. The gap has definitely closed up a little bit. KASIK moving up those ranks as
Yeah.
well. So I'm gonna be interested to see, because there's a lot of points on that board, even in just the match standings, that were very close.
I see this getting a little bit closer to 5 or 6 teams fighting for the 2 positions that are available, rather than
Yeah.
yesterday's conversation being more heavily weighed in a number of teams fighting for one spot, with how much of a lead Team Spirit had. Still with a good result in this Sanhok game, that gap is still going to be there between first and second, but like I said, clinical and aggressive play from teams around them will continue to add pressure to their fight. Let's go for a quick break, in which we will be back for our first juicy Erangel game of the day.
Someone love, someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. Can you feel it rising up? Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. It's the finals. It's day 2, and yeah, what a day! Two big games. In which the overall standings are heating up, and I don't really know. Like, it's such a different vibe today to yesterday. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's just such a different vibe.
It absolutely is. Team Spirit, oh my goodness. 1 point away from 100 points in just 8 games. That is kind of crazy to me. But you see SBG
Yeah.
and NEXUS, 81 tied.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Wow. And they're now only 18 points behind Team Spirit. So again, it was
Hmm.
what, 20 points in the previous game? Now it's only 18. Little by little, pressure is going to
Hmm.
start to be put a little bit more into Team Spirit. Now is where I start to add a layer of my own pressure per se onto Team Spirit and go, where's the chicken dinner? Are you able to
Yeah.
close out a game? Because
Hmm.
all 6 teams behind them have won a game. And say what you want about that point difference, because yes, of course, the points count statistically at the end. A chicken dinner
Hmm.
counts in terms of how you can close out a game, how you can end a tournament, and Team Spirit without one. Yeah, I think
Hmm.
it's a factor that comes into play.
And honestly, another thing is with the way these teams are playing, you could kind of see a tie being in there for first place. And if there is a tie, that win is going to put you right on top. So you've really got to make sure that you have every possible
Yeah,
chance to win
yeah.
against a tie as well. So it's going to be a difficult one for them if they can't get that win, if they can't get that under their belt. But we do see more ties coming in here as well. S2 team 4RB. 4RB stepped up massively today so far. S2 ended qualifiers in second place. So it's kind of weird to see them here, just top 9. But they are still doing good things. We saw them in that last 2 games doing quite well, placing quite highly.
They were a little bit lucky in that previous game, though, to not get more heavily punished by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I think a Team Spirit were more aggressive and controlling within their own momentum, or within that
Hmm.
moment. It could have been more, more. Could have been worse, should I say, for S2.
Yeah.
Before Team Spirit, they were also playing their own late game strategy and decided to, okay, well, we've picked up a couple of eliminations, we've punished them, let's think ahead, which is, again, fair
Hmm.
play to Team Spirit for that.
Absolutely. As you said before, it's a lot of calculation coming in here. You're seeing SBG, not SBG, you're seeing Team Spirit do a lot of
Yeah.
calculating in those final few zones. And it's nice to see. That's my favorite kind. Calculation is where it's at. That's where those big brain plays come into being. So I like seeing that personally. So it gives me all the good feelings when they start seeing these teams really hunker down onto those brainy plays and think of things out a little bit more. Is this a well thought out hot drop though? Because I'm kind of seeing 3 different teams all dropping. We know where Lithuania goes. We know that STK probably going to try and go for Milta, but it still looks a little bit busy here. We're going to be seeing them all kind of move around. Interesting from Woodson though, down on the south side. He is probably going for a car, but he's sticking to that military base, not going to crates with his teammates just yet. Interesting thing to point out, number one. Number two, as we wait for this new zone, Imperium, I need to remind you, this is the halfway point. This game is the halfway point in these finals. This is where you have to stop messing about. If
Yeah.
any teams are messing about, you have to stop messing about now, right? These teams
Yeah.
need to hunker down and think about it because after this game, they only have 9 more games to go. And that really puts pressure on teams. It's going to put pressure on them to not have pressure on them because of that, if that makes sense, right? That's an extra thing they're really going to have to battle. If they haven't done very good so far, if you're 9th, 10th, 11th, you're really going to want to use this today, these last 3, 4 games, to do something ahead of tomorrow because once it's tomorrow, it's kind of over.
I really like that. I didn't even think about the fact that this game afterwards is going to be officially the halfway mark of the finals. It'll allow us to evaluate as well where teams lie in a much more um, heavy way and how really big of a fight it's going to take for the teams in the bottom half of the standings. This phase 1 circle is clean. It's on the west, a little bit of water in play, but in terms of no threat to the military island, plenty of areas to lock down, and it's complementary to the playing path. I don't think many of these teams will be too scared of the phase 1 that's popped up.
Forby in a good position to do something about this new zone, about this game in general. It could be a really good game for them. We saw them do some cool things so far today. We've seen them step up a little bit, not quite as much as I maybe would like to see from them, but it is looking pretty good overall. A good starting point for this game for them to be up there in that mid area in a strong position like Georgia Pole. Should be okay for them. Spirit, again, going to be going for that same split, but this time it's kind of a 2-2 inside and outside a zone, so we'll have to watch how they go. They've been really good with these Erangels so far, so we'll see how they go in this game. This might be the game for them to really try and get that gap back.
I mentioned there's lots of areas to lock down inside phase 1. For you, where would be a couple of the stronger points for teams to grab hold of in this phase 1?
I think in some ways Gatka, except I don't really like how Gatka is situated so openly, personally. I'm thinking those Pachinki Hills are going to be really important. I think the compound south of Everest will be important as well, overlooking ruins a little bit there. That's going to be really important. And I think crates, if you can get an area in crates or that compound that's near crates, I think you're in a really, really good spot there. So this area of zone, or area of the map rather, between Rozhawk and Everest is some of my very favorite to play. So I do like any team that uses that area because I just love it so much. So definitely some really strong areas, all locations all in that area.
MABETEX moving around, early game engagement between themselves and Lithuania, and what's surprising is this is in Military Island. What are either of these teams hoping to achieve? Right? They're both not the most comfortable in the overall standings, especially MABETEX. They're in 14th. Lithuania are in 7th, but again, that gap is somewhat growing between themselves and the teams above. Yeah, focus on getting into circle, please, guys.
Yeah, for real. I'm not sure why they decided to all decide just to rotate together. I don't know if they're buddies now or something, but they did decide to group up and go over as an 8-man. It's interesting. I agree with you.
It wasn't even at the bridge. It was like on the southern part of the island, right? Just didn't make sense.
I don't know what they were doing. Were they all going for the same vehicle? I mean, maybe, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, they're not going to make this. They can't both go across the bridge in this condition, right? Somebody's going to have to do something. We may even see an early fight come in here, and I'm not sure that's the best scenario, but hey, you know, you do what you want. MABETEX got to be going for it, but it's Haisu to go down, Imperium. That's been such a important player for MABETEX.
But it's not about the player, it's about the team, and if the team aren't performing in their ways that they need to perform, rotation, positioning, nobody wins, right? No player stands out. And MABETEX lose one early on. Lithuania, I still don't agree with what they're doing, by the way. It's a needless engagement. It's a needless fight. That's really going to benefit none of these teams. I'm just not a fan of these kind of interactions, in my opinion. So I hope one of them wins it quickly, and then we can move on.
Yeah, speed is utmost importance right now. At the moment, it started to look really good for Lithuania, but I think they're just too spread out right now. They're allowing MABETEX too much freedom to go around and get all these areas and just run around with their vehicles. It's just not going to work out for them in the long run. You do see, yeah, Kenzo just able to take shots here, there, and everywhere, down to just 2. But, ooh, Mac, he could try to do some good things. There we go. Rolkis going to be the ending bullet in that helmet, in that vest, in that whatever got him down. And MABETEX do fall down to just one eventually. But it just took so long to get here.
Phase 1 closing in. The blue zone getting closer to the end. NEXUS! Wait, did I miss something? Did NEXUS land on the western side of the map? Or did they just make the most
No, they must have landed,
insane...
right?
They must have landed on the west.
They must have.
I will quickly check this because we have the power of looking back on the map feed. But what a change, because considering they're a team that have committed so hard to the eastern drop spot in the past, by the way, they've had a second drop spot in the western side of the map, but this is the first time we've seen it.
And it's going to work out for them, I gotta say. Spirit, though, rolling in onto TNL there over by Quarry. Quarry Hill, where TNL are, would be a good position to have for Team Spirit, so I can understand why they're going for it. But Shum is going to say, not on my watch, thank you very much. But also, where's that coming from? Is that ALPI all the way over there?
ALPI doing ALPI things. I don't like ruins from Leo Esports, though. I don't. It's not the.
I don't like ruins either.
Easiest spot to. It's not the easiest spot to disengage from. It's very low down when it comes to kind of the map terrain. And you can very easily end up being stuck in a rut per se. I can confirm, and I'm a little bit sad that I missed it, but again, because it's the first time we've seen it, it just went under our radar. NEXUS did land on the western side of the map. So well done.
Nice. Good forward thinking there. And it's working out for them so far. They have a good center position inside zone. The Mind Weapon now have decided to make their appearance here in that Quarry area. There's so many teams outside of zone, though. It's going to be those teams like Rush and like KASIK that are out on those mid angles that are really going to be doing the damage.
I know this area is a little bit closer to the north and northeastern edge of the circle, but I still think that compound to the south of Chopsticks is quite valuable inside this phase 2, because it's not too center. You have good rotation potential, and you possibly can pick off a player or two if they're too late moving into this phase 2 circle. I don't know what you think.
Being late is gonna always be risky. I think it could go enough. I think the teams are centered enough where the teams that are late are going to be able to get in without too much of an issue. But that's just this one. I think, talking about calculated plays, being a late rotator really has to be based on some real foundation of experience and knowledge of the teams. You got to calculate it, because late rotations are going to get you killed so easily if they're not.
Shockwave hanging in on the northern side of the river. Still waiting to breach towards the North George Pool area of the map. As I hear a little bit of a snigger from the tour, I wonder why. Shoot to kill, and
no reason.
SPG getting close to each other. SPG, of course, opted to hang around their normal drop spot location, but as they move in late, they are going to face up against SPG to trade either side. Sanhok's looking for the revive. I think a smoke from Discrum will try and give him a bit of protection inside this warehouse. But I could see Shoot to Kill come out on top, but not if they play like that. Novello in through the side of the doorway, peeks, shoots, scores, and Shoot to Kill. They're down to 1.
Oh, the push is good. But he's looking at the wrong side. Oh, and he's only got a UMP, but he's down to 1 health, and down he goes. Narvello coming around the outside, and it's going to be Snowix to take him out at the end of the day. Shoot to kill continue to have a bad day. Imperium, 16th place. What happened?
The better team won, fundamentally, right?
Yeah.
It was well, no, I don't say that in a bad way, but when we look at SPG and how passive they were yesterday and how unexciting they were, right? Today has been a massive turnaround. It was a risky push from them, genuinely it was, but it's a simple sign of how they found their confidence, they found a lot more form, and they are knowing what they want to do when they want to do it, and it's with conviction. Well done.
Leo have moved out of ruins, which is nice to see, but Rush getting pulled out one by one there. Shockwave up to 3 eliminations for them. They're looking good. Again, we had a decent first game from them. A less than perfect second game. You know, there's a lot of teams coming in on all sides there, but they're looking much more comfortable with a larger map under their belt now. So 3 eliminations going to be going their way. They're going to be still making that edge play right behind Rush at the minute, but Rush trying to make their way as fast as possible out of those clutches.
ALPI are in that compound to the south of Chopsticks that I mentioned in the previous circle, and arguably it's even better in this circle, right? It's overlooking the open fields in the center of the circle. It's somewhat allowing them to slow down and gatekeep teams on the field, such as the Nameless, MABETEX, and even Team Spirit. So yeah, good spot from ALPI.
Lithuania having a hard time. They do have 4 eliminations on their side, but just down to a solo this early on in the game. You're right, it has not particularly done a service. They didn't even take out Psyox. MABETEX is still over on that southeast side, so it is going to be a bit of an issue coming into play here. KASIK, though, don't want anything to do with Lithuania at this point. They're more interested in the mind weapon, and possibly for good reason. That 2-2 split coming in there could be quite threatening. I would like to see the mind weapon move in just a little bit more aggressively. They get that position, and then they kind of just sit on it. And when you got a team like Team KASIK coming in there, that's not really what you can do. You have to be aggressive with it.
I'll be taking shots. They actually move up onto the members of Team Spirit, I believe. So an aggressive engagement by ALPI. And okay, they're going to go down between S2 and Team Spirit, but I kind of want to give them a little bit of credit on that push. It just didn't work out. And it seems like it might not work out, as the Nameless want to pick off the bones of Spirit. They're going to have to do it quickly, otherwise the revives will come out.
TNL in a fantastic position to actually make this push, right? They have those nades. They're doing well with the nades, but the problem is they're using the nades and then just staying back. They're not using those nades to push forward, right? They're not using them as a suppression. They're trying to get those knocks, trying to get those finishes with the nades. That's wasting so much time here. And Spirit now are able to get rezzed back up. They're now a 3-man squad again, and this is where the Nameless could potentially go down.
And I also think that's partly a consequence of nades being too powerful, because you expect a knock to happen. Therefore, that initiates the push rather than, again, use in an aid of a push. As Leo Esports going up against Dagestan 77. 1 elimination for Dagestan. Looking to find more, and they wipe out Leo Esports. Make that 4. And this game goes on outside of Gaka. Well played by Dagestan 77.
Meanwhile, the Nameless still here. The Spirit, Team Spirit rather, still here as 3. So it's back up, no real advantage except that actually TNL have lost those nades. They've lost those throwables. They don't have that on their arsenal anymore. So overall, I'm going to stick by what I said there. They're just going to stare at each other for a little while now. Rush, not doing a whole lot of rushing here, but I don't think it's because he can. And Polka, he's just got to do what he can in his little bit of a space, but the vehicle's not even blown up. I think it's going to be a little bit of a night-night for him. Yep, down he goes. Robs with those nades. Robs, I tell you what, this guy on fire tonight. Him and Victor just been pulling out all the stops for tonight.
And now their focus can turn on towards S2 in the center hillside of this phase 4 circle. Nexus will hear the shots to the west of them as phase 4 will move into phase 5. Dagestan 77 still in the compound on the northern tip of the circle. 4 remaining boys down to 1 player. KASIK still in this game, as are the Mind Weapon.
I like S2's position a lot. I don't completely agree with the guard tower, but I understand it's pretty much your only hard cover in this area. However, the hill and the angles it affords you are perfect. There you go. Tetchik gonna be going on down there. Gets that knock, gets that explosion as well. I didn't realize that car was so close to him. So KASIK, a good push from KASIK. I'm not gonna lie, it's not a bad one, but the heaven is just heavening right now. He's just all the sprays coming on down. 4RB in the meantime go on down. Temp getting that nade onto that last player, and the teams keep dwindling. Imperium.
I think it was the timing of that push by KASIK that was arguably wrong for them, but I do understand where you're coming from. Nexus will need to move a little bit closer to make it into the edge of the circle. Dagestan 77 opting to push toward the members of SPG, but they're separated, right? Now Velo in the distance gets a knock on the Obli. The player that was in the front line not really able to do anything to distract the members of SPG, and little by little Dagestan losing players. Another one. Narvello. You mentioned Robs. Well, look at Narvello. 2 eliminations in a row. He's already up to 4, 7 in total for the team. Can they find the final player? Dagestan 77. Them 4 spray long distance nearly working out, but Linda Boom does manage to get away from SPG.
Team Spirit, they're still here, man. They're still here. Oh my god. Aren't they bored of this compound by now? Like, come on, get it over with. These guys just keep looking at each other. I'm not blaming Team Spirit, to be honest. I think TNL should have been much more forward far long ago. I think Team Spirit been put in a little bit of a bind here, but you know, it is what it is.
You make your bed. Your force Alina and the Nameless decided to camp out outside the buildings, light a fire, and that fire is about to go out, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, they have a tiny bit of space away from Team Spirit to the north, and luckily the likes of ALPI are not in the game. It's only the final player in MABETEX and Dagestan 77 to the north of them, but still, like you said, they should have ended the engagement much earlier. It's all about the teams on the western side, right? SPG, Nexus, S2, and Shockwave.
It really is, and once again, you have a very divided zone between these different teams. You got 2 solos on the eastern side, and Rob's trying to make solos out of everybody on the south side, but Nexus are still here as a full squad, and look at that split they've got going on. It looks really good, only to be beaten by SBGs because they've taken complete control. Victor, I love you with that push across to the northern side. That could be so good for them.
It's a great spread. In my opinion, it's a better spread from SPG than Nexus, but I do understand the value and appreciate how the hillside really plays into Nexus's advantage over on the southwestern tip of the circle. The Nameless, they are out of it. Team Spirit potentially back up as a 3-person team. They're now the only team that are on the southeastern side, Linda Boom did take down the last player of MABETEX. 7 teams are alive, but inside the field, it's going to be near impossible for Dagestan to stay in this game.
Mind Weapon not looking too hot either, to be honest. They got 2 still up, but it's so open. You've got Nexus having full sights down on them. It's gonna be difficult for them to move in. They are gonna try it, but Nexus and SBG and everybody, they all have a pretty good look at them. S2 being that other team there. Temp does get taken out, but it is gonna be 2. But there's somebody right next to you. Oh my god, Azer in the bush, and they have no idea.
Like I mentioned, in Miramar, it's a BTR special. Lots of Indonesian fans will be familiar with that move. Working out for SHOCKWAVE. Unfortunately, he goes down. I believe caught out finally. No, he's not. He's still alive. Apologies. I thought he was down. It's the other way around. And now 6 teams remain. Team Spirit. Nowhere really to run. Nowhere really to hide. The high ground on the other side of the circle is going to be SBG's forte. So you don't really have any real pressure on the other side of the hill. S2 in their own little cover. You said the sniper tower is a good place to be, and S2 are going to make it work. Nexus on the hillside. Jesus, give the guy a break.
I know.
Give the guy a break.
Ouch. Oh, and the play zone gets him in the end there. So at least he doesn't give any points away, but he doesn't do all that much other. Nobody's seen him still. Nobody has seen Azer. Look at Victor. He's just running around everywhere. Has not seen the Bushman. I've never seen that before.
Azer's heartbeat must have been racing in those moments, going, don't move, don't see me, don't see me. S2 are being seen by SBG now as a push into the underside. Now you see me, now you don't. Nexus joining in as well made it just too easy for S2 to go down. And with 4 teams remain, you've got Spirit, SHOCKWAVE, Nexus, and SBG. That's 4 of the top 5 teams in the final 4 of this Erangel game. The first of the day. The trend continues. This is what we're witnessing. The clinical movement. Where you need to make every single game count. Consistency is key. And all 4 of these teams being consistent. Kitsune goes down. Unfortunately, his game is over. But still a good result. As 3 teams remain. But here's the thing for SBG. There's 8 players left. They have to know that there's at least another team in this lobby because they're 3.
Right.
Nexus are 4. That makes 7. They're thinking, okay, there's at least one other team. We need to contend with 2.
Yeah, let's go out and search the fields for him. Oh my god. Azer is the MVP of this entire tournament. I don't care what the stats actually say. This guy is incredible. I love him so much for this play, and SPG are so blind because why on earth would there be somebody in the bush after all this time? He's not done anything. He's not moved a muscle. SPG have been all over that hillside, completely open to getting knocked, and he hasn't done a thing. So why would he be there? But has he finally been found out? Victor? No, he's looking for the loot instead. No. Finally, there we go.
Finally.
I bet they're having a laugh about that. They must be. Oh my goodness, what a run.
Well, now their focus needs to turn into the final team, right? That was a confirmed elimination. It's 3v4. Look at the spread from Nexus. All angles of the hillside covered. 1 player inside the sniper tower overlooking the top of the hill. 1 player to the far left. 1 player to the far right. The thing is, they're also heavily separated. SPG are driving around looking for a bit of a peek, a bit of information, a bit of a bait. They have the body disadvantage. That's why they need to make these moves calculated, clinical, but you can see they're also moving around with confidence.
I almost want them to go for that right-hand player, right, on the other side there. I think that's probably their best bet, but at the same time, you do have Nexus looking very ready to respond to any attack that comes their way, no matter what side it is. So it's going to be a difficult one. Yeah, Kapahala, I think they really should go on this side.
I think the main focus is to commit to one side of the hill. Don't try and go center. If you try and go 100%. Center, you're more likely going to get ambushed. So you make a great point. But now we get a bit of a stalemate. This is phase 8. The blue zone about to close in. Both of these teams are inside the circle, so arguably they don't have to move. Snowix is prone down behind a rock. Bit of hard cover. A ghillie suit could turn him into the Azar of the lobby, right?
Yeah.
While Nexus drive around in their own way. Again, each of these teams trying to find the moment to strike, the opportunity to gain the advantage and grab the chicken dinner.
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. SPG, they're moving around so much that Nexus can't push this. They're just too volatile at this point in time. So it's really just a lot of waiting for the first move.
I just noticed Doran has 7 nades in his backpack. 7. That's incredible. And that's even something that, as much as SPG have been aggressive and they've been able to loot up their opponents, arguably they've been in less action. So in theory, Nexus could have more utility to work with. Maybe better armor, better vests. So that's something that SPG will want to be a little bit aware of as phase 9 starts to close in. It's a calm before the storm. I just don't know exactly when this fight is going to break out. I'm kind of waiting and waiting and waiting. None of these teams want to make the first move. They want the other team to expose themselves, and as the nades start to fly, we could see the fight kick off. Smokes aggressively by Kapahala to try and cover off SPG's vision. That's pretty impressive. Nice. I like that, but you've got to make something with that.
Yeah, it's the same with the nades in TNL. You can't just use them, you got to do something with them.
Just waiting. The blue zone is going to be the pusher of this fight more than any of these players right now. It's going to bunch both of these teams up like a well-bowed present, a gift from the PUBG Mobile gods to us, the commentators, to you, the viewers, on who will secure this juicy chicken dinner in the first Erangel game of the day. The sniper tower providing a bit of hard cover. Kapahala on the top of the hill, centering in. Exo Machina picks off the first knock. I don't know if that was calculated or if that was pure guess, but either way, they're not going to care. Now they're going to push in on the underside of the hill. Rob's cooking up his own nade to try and stave off the pressure. Will he be able to find his own juicy knock? It's not going to be as Victor moves into the blue. That was a bit of a poor play in the end, and it's going to be Nexus to claim the chicken dinner in Erangel.
Nicely done. Is that their second win, Nexus? Second win. Back to back.
It will be their second chicken dinner.
Yeah. Wow. Finally, we see Nexus coming up front. Yeah, there's much to unpack there with that last fight. I mean, SBG were wannabe Formula 1 drivers, right? With all that running around they were doing.
Yeah.
But it didn't turn, all that barking really didn't turn into a bite at any point in time. Victor going for that desperate play, trying to run over Nexus like he ran over Team Spirit. I can see that, but also no.
I don't think this might be a bold statement, but I don't think SPG were as too bothered about getting the chicken dinner as Nexus. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but in terms of
No.
13 eliminations, they done so much throughout that game. They knew they had the disadvantage. I think they took a bold risk, and it didn't pay off. They had less to lose, in my opinion, compared to Nexus in that game.
No, I can agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, they've done so much. They're sitting top 2 by a fair margin. They've got 13 eliminations. They're feeling pretty good. It's only halfway through for them. You know, when you're doing well, it's only halfway through, right? When you're not doing well, it's oh my god, already halfway through. But yeah, for SBG, it's definitely we're only halfway through. And yeah, I could agree with that. I could see that coming into their play. I could probably see how that could be read into what they were doing there. So yeah, I would agree with that.
Moving down to the bottom half of the standings, it's an element of familiarity. I think the big surprise, and you mentioned it when they went out, shoot to kill going out with 0 points.
It's odd. It's odd for sure. Somebody in chat I saw said they've just lost their momentum from qualifiers, and it's true. I don't know what's happened in between. They were such a dominant force coming in that top 3, but we just don't see them. We don't see the same team this weekend.
Then again, that's the standard per se of qualifying stage and finals. You either have it or you don't, and maybe they've hit their metaphorical brick wall. It's up to them to break that wall down and show us that they still have a chance to make it into the top 2. We'll have to wait and see. Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be back on over for our next Miramar game.
Someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, right to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it.
Welcome back to day 2 of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for Europe finals. As Neptura alluded to at the start of the previous game, we are now exactly halfway through these finals. The opportunities have been cut in half for all of these teams.
It has. There we go. As the lighting finally subsides to a normal amount, but sure. Yeah. Here we go. SPG and NEXUS still tied. How did they do that? SPG might want to think about winning the next time they're in the top 2, especially when it comes up to NEXUS, because they've switched sides even though they are tied. Wow.
Whoa, you talk about winning. These two teams are now only 10 points behind Team Spirit, and Team Spirit have not won a game. It's looking like a 3-horse race. I don't want to take out Dagestan and Shockwave from the mix, but in terms of consistency, yeah, okay, Shockwave were in the top 4 of that previous game, but it was as a solo, so the opportunity to kind of get more points were limited, right? But yeah, like it's this is it, right? PMGC teams fighting for spots in PMSL EMEA. That's how tough, that's how good the competitive standard is in this tournament, in these finals.
I can't imagine being one of the players in this lobby, Imperium. I mean, there's a reason I'm on this side of the screen, right? I mean, it's so tough out here. I mean, even down to 11th place, there's only 30 or 40 points between everybody. So it's really, really close.
Yeah.
Between that top 5 and top 11-ish. Very, very close indeed. Only 3 or 4 points between each of them. So it's really close. Shoot to kill, super close behind Rush Team as well, but they're just not seeing the consistency that we'd like to see for them to continue going up, so it's still a little bit of a problem with them.
KASIK team, I think we haven't talked that much about them today, and again, not really in a bad way, but it's just they've flown under the radar. We kind of need to respect the fact that they're in the position they're in. They're in 6th. They're on 56 points. They're less than 20 behind Dagestan. They're kind of, okay, they're nearly double behind the likes of SPG and NEXUS, but I still kind of want to put that out there. Well done to KASIK.
Yeah, they've done a really great job, especially today, I think. They've not had the bad games necessarily. They've just been good and less good. I think that's a good way to put it. So they've been pretty consistent so far today. And I'd like to see what they got in store next, because remember, we still have 3 games tonight. In some ways, we're only halfway through tonight. So we're going to be seeing a lot more from this team, I think.
The biggest thing that has eluded the likes of KASIK and a lot of these teams, I think, in the bottom half has been the placement points, and it's a little bit similar to what we talked about coming into the start of today, right? It's amazing how the more things change, the more they stay the same. You have to break into the top 3, top 4 as many games as you can. You just how you do that is up to you, but you have to. If you're not there, you're not really going to win. If you're not there, you're not going to make it there in the overall standings. And so many more teams need to recognize that.
They do. They need to play like they're going to win, and even if they don't win, it means that they've at least got those points, right? It's not going to work out every time. We've seen Team Spirit not win every time, and look at where they are, because they play like they want to win every single time. It's something you've got to get into the habit of, no matter what. it's you gotta do it. It's what you have to do. In some ways, that's why I say, go for that placement, because if you're thinking about, right, we've got to get top 6 or top 5, top 3, whatever your goal is, then you're thinking about, right, what is our strategy to help us win fights to get there? Where's the best rotation to get there? That sort of thing. I think it really helps teams think about the lobby as a whole. So yeah, it's really a habit. You got to keep going.
Coming into this Miramar game,
Mm.
2 teams to look out for on different spectrums of the standings.
Oh dear. Different spectrum. KASIK. We saw them do pretty well in the next Miramar, in the last
Okay.
Miramar rather, or yesterday's Miramars. Team KASIK on one end. On the other, I'd like to see a little bit better from TNL. We see some things. They go to a certain extent, and then they just stop. And I think if they have maybe a little bit more room to kind of dip and weave between some teams, get a couple of shots, get some high ground, that might help them.
Interesting. I really wasn't expecting you to pick those 2 teams. But again, let's put a bit of focus on what these 2 teams can do across this game. A similar playing path than what we saw in the first Miramar. A little bit more up north, but again, with it being diagonal, it gives a great scope for these teams to go where they want to go. And it's certainly going to be about that phase 1 and where that pops up.
Interesting that we have Rush and 4RB back in El Pozo, and that last game is not going to deter them whatsoever. I think, in fact, it's going to encourage them, right? That zone went to El Pozo last time. We have a sort of similar zone, just opposite, that could still put that there. But honestly, the way the zones have been going in Miramar so far, I'm feeling a southern zone. I'm feeling Los Leones, Chumacera, even Power Grid and Picado, but I think it is going to be south of that plane path. We will see. I was slightly right. It is Los Leones, but it is with that plane path as well, so these teams are going to be happy.
Yeah, very solid phase 1. We've seen more of these circles hang around Los Leones inside the PMSL EMEA qualifiers than maybe in other tournaments. So arguably there should be an element of familiarity for these teams. Great for NEXUS, great for Lithuania, great for Dagestan 77. And arguably I don't think any team, bar maybe S2, I don't think any team is going to be under any real pressure inside this phase 1. They shouldn't be, unless they kind of put themselves directly in that position. There's many ways where they can avoid other teams around them, basically.
I really like what Spirit's doing here, actually. They're moving straight to that center position. They don't really care whether or not it's part of their normal drop rotation. They're going straight for it, and I like that for them. I really do. It looks like it could be quite good if they stick around that northern Los Leones area. I think that could go really, really well for them. Of course, as soon as I say that, they decide not to go that direction, but that's okay. It's fine. They know more than I do, maybe, possibly, sort of. So we'll see how that goes for them. But Dagestan will be moving into Los Leones. They're going to be chilling. And Lawrence, we've seen this film before. And honey, we did not like the ending. What are you doing? Here we go again.
Oh, I love that Notorious sauce. It doesn't come out often, but when it does, it's just so good. You're dead right, though, right? You are really dead right. Playing a risky game, you're playing with fire, and if he's not too careful, he's going to get burned. Much like your face got burned by light when we came back from break.
I know, my poor eyes.
As a Shockwave hang around Hacienda, a great place to prep your rotation from. Again, they'll want to be aware that teams are going to be more likely around them, such as KASIK and Minas Generalas, the mine weapon up towards Junkyard. But they can just across the road go to that kind of south El Azahar hillside and just wait for phase 2 to pop up. possibly gatekeep the likes of S2, maybe even Leo Esports, depending on how they rotate. So again, Shockwave in a good starting point for this game.
I really like the Nameless's 2-2 split, actually. As bold as that is, it's a good scout. And it might not be good particularly technically, but I like the attitude that it's showing, right? It's showing that they're being proactive. It's showing that they really want the points. They want that position. They want the win. They want the points. So I like that a lot from them. It's very aggressive. We'll see how that works out for them. But for now, there's a whole lot of territory that's very open to them. If they can maybe sneak into the top of Los Leones, that would be amazing. And I think they could go far with that.
Again, Team Spirit looting up Chumasera. Standard stuff. Again, Nomi going on to church side high ground. In previous Miramar games, he's eventually moved away. I would implore that he stays there and uses that as an anchor point for the next circle and an overwatch, like a lighthouse for the rest of his team. I think that could have been incredibly valuable. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I have a bit too much bias for that position. He is starting to move away, though.
Both TNL and S2 are going for that really hard or late rotation coming into the northern side. I mean, it's doable in a zone in phase 1, in stage 1, but for this kind of zone, I'm not so sure it's really going to work in their favor. You have to read that plane path, right? We saw the plane path go more northern, have a northern trajectory. We saw the zone go south. So if you put 2 and 2 together, that kind of means there's going to be a lot of teams on the north side. Now, do they think it might not be so much on the northeastern side or the northwestern side? That might be possible. Are they going to go for a really long rotation all the way down to the west to the south? That's also possible. We've seen plenty of teams do that in recent years. That's fine. But off just face value, it's giving a little bit of concern for me, just because you do have so many teams on that north side.
Yeah, that's fair. I just move with caution is probably the best way to describe how S2 and the Nameless should play into this phase 1. Arguably, stay in the blue of phase 1 and wait for phase 2 to pop up. Obviously, you're relying on more teams around you going into the center, but I think that could be better for phase 1, phase 2 than moving earlier and getting caught out in phase 2.
Yeah, fair. Shockwave, though. Team KASIK, both of them going to be centering up over this graveyard Minas Generalis area. It could be really good for them, but it also could be really bad. I mean, the positioning is good, but Minas Generalis is such a hard position to really keep control of. There's so many angles that it can be a pretty hard to actually control easily and control outright. So I would caution them about this potentially here. SDK also getting cuddly with KASIK. A little bit too close for comfort in my books, to be honest. But this early in the stage, it's good to have eyes on each other, I suppose. Just like Obley over here, gonna be having a little look-see over at Temp once he gets far enough up this cliffside. Temp's got to be careful. He's just running out in the open. He has no idea.
I know the Mind Weapon are separated, but I do really love their position to the north of Los Leones. It overlooks the central point of this circle, the roadside towards La Bandita. Gives them great scope to move in, and the next circle, you couldn't ask for a more central shift in phase 2. I don't think we've seen this across any game so early. Bang on, like a beautifully crafted donut with sprinkles on top. Can't ask for better. Actually, what is your favorite type of donut?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I've rarely had a donut. I've had 6 in my lifespan, maybe 6 different types. Yeah.
Were you neglected as a child?
No, not at all. But I live in rural France,
only
and I
6
don't eat a lot of
donuts?
sugar. Different types, right?
Isn't France
Different
known
types.
for its pastry? Like,
Yeah, but it's full of sugar and stuff.
but that's
Yeah.
what makes it so good.
Yeah, it's just we have other types of pastries. Like my sister likes eclairs. We have breakfast pastries on special occasions and birthdays and stuff and things like that. But donuts have never really been. France is not huge on donuts. I will say that France is not really a donut place. You don't get many good donuts. Same with bagels. We don't get any bagels here.
But aren't you also partly American?
Yeah, but I've only lived there like, I don't know, 18 months of my life.
Okay,
of my waking life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to explore this more because that's kind of blown my mind. Because this game is going on, and the Nameless, we said they had to thread with a bit of caution. Arguably, they didn't really stay in the blue of Phase 1, and guess what? They're getting caught out.
We kind of said it. We kind of said it in the beginning, but no one listens to us, I guess. Whatever. Dakimi gonna go down. Ah, dear. But Leo, also going down. ALPI trying to take out somebody, but then somebody's taking out somebody. And isn't that just the name of the game, Imperium? That's what everybody's trying to do at this stage in the game. I will say I did not like what Team Spirit did. Team Spirit went all the way to Chumacer and they had to come running back, but they've managed to get inside zone. They found an empty position, but they're lucky. They're absolutely lucky. ALPI, not so much though. 16 teams left, only 1 kill to their name, and they are out in the blue.
SPG moved out of San Martin, hanging on to the western edge of La Bandita. I love MABETEX's position, by the way. It's the compound that's in the open field between La Bandita and the roadside. Actually, no, it's not quite that compound, but it's still a great compound for them to have. It's Lithuania that's going to the compound that I was originally talking about. So both MABETEX and Lithuania, very well positioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just watching. I was watching Spirit there just for a second, and I just don't know what to say about them. But we don't have to say anything because Puppy, he's gonna Molotov himself. S2 handed that non-elimination necessarily. He does leave the point away from him, but Leo down to 2. What was that?
I don't know. I just don't know, Natura.
I'm speechless, honestly.
I'm kind of speechless. Yeah, I kind of am. Some things get you in the world of PUBG Mobile, and anyway, donuts. No, seriously. Pakistan 77 in a great spot outside Los Leones. They have a good spread. Lithuania opting to try and spread the rings and have a player or two outside on the edge of the road that has a massive lip as protection. So I like that. Gives them great scope. And Leo Esports doing Leo Esports things at this stage.
I want somebody to take more control of La Bandita, to be honest. I think it's such an underrated position in zone, in any zone. La Bandita, one of my very favorite places. And I really wish somebody would take more control of this. Shockwave have an opportunity to do so, as do SBG. And no one's doing it. It's a shame.
Team Spirit now going to be put under pressure as 4 Romanian boys. We're going to take a very, very big fight. I don't think they quite know that it's Team Spirit. But if they were to take out the might of the lobby, again, it will open the door for the likes of SPG and Nexus to catch back up. Even Dagestan, Shockwave, KASIK team to close that gap. So a big opportunity for the Romanian team. It will add to their confidence as well. So arguably, nothing against Team Spirit. I'm going to hope for Romanian boys win this fight. Again, just in terms of the storytelling of the lobby.
It's a really interesting fight as well because neither team have an opportunity for an off angle, right? No one can
Exactly.
really go around the outside, so it's got to be that front 4v4 CQC fight right from the get-go.
Well,
So that's going to be an interesting one.
look at
Disagree?
Kitsune in the off angle. Well, look at Kitsune driving around in the off angle on the side note. He could be the
Oh, just
difference
call me a
maker
liar,
against
Kitsune.
four Romanian boys. Yeah. No.
Rude.
I only caught it when I showed the mini map. Still
Yeah, I
rude,
see
of
that.
course.
Yeah.
But SPG
never mind, he's
gonna go
gone.
up against ALPI. The next circle has shifted on up, so both these teams will need to move, and it's important that SPG close out this fight as quickly as possible.
SPG holding out just a little bit too long here. 20 seconds until that next zone comes on in. I did think we lost Kitsune there, but perhaps not. Perhaps we're all good to go. I just saw it on the map, not the feed. But ALPI, again, just struggling. We've seen so many good things from them, but they just don't have that consistency on board to make the good moments work for them. SPG, rather, not going to be pushing as a solo. That's nice to see. Sometimes even the best ones do it. Oh, but Fearless, once he gets a knock, is going to get knocked himself. Down he goes. And now it is just Sandrick on the outside there.
Oh, be careful, Narvello. You're chunked down. You're knocked out. That's a cheeky elimination from ALPI. And now he's going to go down. I don't think SPG should have attempted the revive on the knocked player inside the building until that fight was absolutely finished. So that was a slight mistake from SPG, and they paid the price. Still up as a 3-person team should they get the revive. While the mind weapon on top of the hill overlooking Los Leones. STK shoot to kill, pushing in. English is knocked. A lovely nade. Temp might look to get a second, and indeed it's Rogo to get the second on to shoot to kill. Whoa, and a third. Temp fire on all cylinders. Shoot to kill. Stop dead in their tracks, and the mind weapon try to go for a squad up, and they make it work. Fantastic.
Good stuff. The mind weapon, let's go. Finally starting to see a little bit more from them. As SPG do get taken out by KASIK, they're now looking to gatekeep S2. In the middle of all that fighting, though, we did lose Team Spirit. For RB, up to 5 eliminations now. I don't know.
So, okay. So from what I can tell, because we had a lot going on, Kitsune did go down when you kind of speculated it against 4 Romanian boys. What that prompted is 4 Romanian boys to rotate around Team Spirit, go into Los Leones. Therefore, they got there first. And because Team Spirit lost a player, they moved in later. And as far as I know then, 4 Romanian boys got the squad up. That's my kind of calculation of the timeline. Well done to 4 Romanian boys. And again, with the 0-point game, in arguably their strongest map, the door is wide open.
Dagestan looking so good here, though. Really strong position on these cliff sides. Very spread, very split, but they have that height advantage where now they can just group up and without really any issues here. Lithuania looking good as well, but they got that slightly lower ground, which makes me worried because we do know that Dagestan is up there, but the split is good.
MABETEX are in a dangerous spot because they have open fields in front of them. Nexus overlooking them, Lithuania overlooking them. KASIK suffer a knock, but still 2 players up on the northwestern edge of the circle.
KASIK have a lot of work to do, starting with Wandu. There we go. Gets taken out there. 3 eliminations on the board for Team KASIK. But now they have NEXUS on their front, really. There's not any side. It's just straight ahead from them. SHOCKWAVE as well. Razorino. Being a solo for the first time in a while, but it is always Razorino as that solo. We'll see how they go, but MABETEX going to be trying to get out of here and will just about make it as Team KASIK look for any points they can possibly get, any more momentum they can build up before they get to NEXUS.
We also lost SBG, to be fair. However, they were able to pick up, I believe, 5 eliminations or 4 eliminations and a placing point. So they at least grabbed 5 and will cut the lead towards Team Spirit in half. Now it's going to be up to NEXUS to do so much in this game to not only stay ahead of SBG, but potentially overtake Team Spirit and find themselves on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we're left in a really interesting position where you're right, SBG and Team Spirit, both of those are actually out right now. NEXUS in a really good position to do something about it. No points on the board yet, but we're getting there. 4RB have a massive advantage here. They are still top 10, I think, so should be okay to get forward a little bit more. The Mind Weapon as well. They're nowhere near the top 2 spots, but they're still putting in those points. It's bit by bit. We still have another day. We still have 2 more games today to do as well. So could look very good for all these teams. Completely open ground here for everybody concerned. MABETEX, though, looking like they are going to be the next to go down, if I'm completely honest. They could fight the good fight here, but it's just so open for them.
Why are Dagestan still so separated? You know, it's just... we mentioned that they could gather together, I believe, even 2 circles ago. At least the previous circle. Don't make your life harder. Don't. It comes a point in the game in which you have to move together. Like, look at Zadira. He's all the way on the other side. ALPI has a great off angle. That's absolutely fine. But join up as a 3-1. Luckily, you have nobody behind you. But again, this fight could have been cleaned up much quicker. And now the rest of the team will need to move in as a circle centers up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fumble on Dagestan's part. If they had come up against a team perhaps in a stronger position or with a better understanding of something, I don't know, maybe a bit more experience, it could have gone very, very badly for them. As it stands, Dagestan will be able to group up, but they need to do it quickly. Still lagging behind here a little bit. I get you need to loot, but come on, man.
Rush team still on the outskirts of Los Leones with 4 Romanian boys behind them. You can see the gatekeeping potential of Prene being cooked up as 4 Romanian boys are pushing in. And knock onto a member of Rush has allowed that engagement to start for the members of 4 Romanian boys. Lawrence with the 3rd person perspective moving in, and Molly will clean up and knock an elimination onto Royal. Polka, 1 or 2 players alive for Rush. Strict needs to join up. Polka has done so much. Another pre-nade, but the DBS is going to do the damage. An elimination. Too little, too late. Now Rush left with just a solo against a 3-man team of 4 Romanian boys. Gotta say, being very impressive 4 Romanian boys in this game. Moved proactively, moved cleanly. But now the next fight is in front of them, and they finish it as quickly as I say it.
Nice and 8, I have to say. If he hadn't come around that corner in time, that would have been a double knock there. But GG's nonetheless gets taken out there. Rush. What happened to you, Rush? 3 points on the board, 7th place. Not the worst, but not the best either. Rogo goes on down, though. Magnum biting back as Team The Mind Weapon. These guys down to a duo at the moment, but 6 eliminations. It's a great game for them so far. Certainly better than what we've been seeing from them in the past. But you do see Dagestan on that top cliff, but you do have the Mind Weapon on that opposite cliff. They have the angles. 4RB have the potential to push on up as well. It is just all depending on who moves first.
I do like Dagestan's 77's 2-2 split. Normally I wouldn't really say it, but compared to what they did in the 2 previous circles, I really like it. NEXUS are the anomaly in this lobby so far. Still a full squad, but with 0 eliminations. They have the northern side covered across the road. They will have Lithuania looking in their direction very quickly. And KASIK are dead center as a 2-man team.
I think Nexus know what's at stake here, right? They know. They just have to just shush and play very, very carefully. They know that they're only 10-ish points behind the top place, and that they know that they can do it if they can just keep alive. They certainly are trying their best. They're still a full squad. In fact, they're one of only 3 full squads in this lobby of at least 6. Yeah, of 6 teams. So it is looking good. The zone goes their direction as well. They do have to move in a little bit, but it's far better than if they'd gone on that southwest side.
Yeah, Doran's already kind of locked in, right? Lithuania don't really have to move on their side. Dagestan have 2 players on the southeastern cusp of the circle. Lithuania are going to have to be very careful now of Dagestan 77.
Yeah, Lithuania in a bit of a tight spot here. They're on that low ground. They're on the very edge of zone. I think their best bet is going to be trying to gatekeep Dagestan at this point. Try and completely focus their attention on that side if they can get a position where Nexus can't see them at all, and then move from there. I think that's probably going to be where they can play from the most. Otherwise, they're going to get sandwiched.
Four Romanian boys continue to fight the good fight. They're going to have to carve their way into the circle. Unfortunately, teams are on the hills either side. The Mind Weapon, the main team, slowing them down. Lawrence is on his own high ground, so might be able to bite back. Sneaks goes down to the play zone. I don't know how that happened. Feels bad, man. Dagestan will pick up a free elimination for it. They go for the push. They make it into the compound, and they're going to share it with KASIK. I like that from 4 Romanian boys.
Yeah, it's a bold move, but it gets them in zone. It gives them some shelter. It gives them some cover. It looks good for now. Dagestan, what is with this stubbornness in this 2-2 split? Just play as 4. It's not that hard.
Yeah, if they were more together as a 4, they possibly could have punished 4 Romanian boys more cohesively.
Exactly.
However, it is what it is, and they're playing to their strengths. I'm kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt right now. There are on 5 eliminations. That needs to be respected. What Lithuania need to respect is that they've got teams either side of them. NEXUS and Dagestan 77. 6 teams remain in this lobby with Team Spirit going out early on. NEXUS are primed to take the top spot. Only 1 elimination on the board, but 4 members strong. Waiting, patient, binding. Can they seal a chicken dinner? Can they get back to back to back as well?
If they do, that's gonna be that's just gonna be amazing for day number 3 to come in here if they do get this, because their start, not only will they top Team Spirit, they'll actually have a bit of a gap. So that's definitely something to keep in mind as we see this full squad come in from the north side and just hold this position. But my eyes currently are on for RB. There we go, a lot of R's. 8 eliminations at the minute. They're still up 3.
Penchik finds a member of the Mind Weapon. Temp goes down. Robbie from 4 Romanian boys, found by Dagestan 77. That's the end of Mind Weapon. So 5 teams remain. It seems like Lithuania are going to be the next team to go, as Rokas trying to smoke path his way into the circle, but it's going to be easier said than done, and that's going to be it. 4 teams remain. KASIK, Dagestan 77, 4 Romanian boys, and NEXUS.
It's amazing how many players we still have in this teeny tiny zone. Stage 8 and 13 left alive. I mean, no wonder no one's really moving. The minute somebody pops his head out, 4 teams are looking at him.
4v4, v3, v2. Lawrence takes a little bit of blue zone damage. Is phase 8 moving into phase 9 after all. The circle centers up and no team is in the center of the circle. Are KASIK and 4 Romanian boys relying too much on hardcover? Or Dagestan trying to rely too much on hardcover? Nexus, they have to move. They get into a vehicle, these one of their players, and they're going to go somewhat dead circle. Zadira gets knocked by Lawrence of 4 Romanian boys. This is so close. Honestly, I could not predict who's going to win this game. I think it's every man, woman, and child for themselves. But I tell you what, if anybody's making a name for themselves, it's 4 Romanian boys. Another knock at the Dagestan 77.
Oh, and nearly another one. Oh my goodness me, Lawrence doing the work here. So close.
At the end of the day, 4 Romanian boys are just proving why right now they're a better team than Dagestan 77 because they're coordinated, they're playing as a team. Whereas Dagestan 77 got picked up one by one and they go down to the blue. Nexus will pick up the pieces. They're going to take out the junks of 4 Romanian boys. That's going to be KASIK going down. And that is indeed Nexus Gaming. The Romanian side, a little bit of an anticlimactic finish, but that is back to back to back chicken dinners for the Romanian side.
What? What?
Like, I've always supported and believed in Kapahala and any team that he's led, whether it's Eastern Stars or this time Nexus Gaming. But I tell you, I had my doubts after qualifiers. I pointed out their flaws, I pointed out their weaknesses. But this is like a completely different team. They're reborn in these finals.
Like, I mean, I said before when they won the second game, I said this is not the team that we've seen for the last 18 months even. This is totally different team. And we love to see it. Let's have them back to their former glory for sure. They're 4RB just gonna sneak past them in terms of points, but it's not gonna matter. 14 points for Nexus coming in there ahead of SBG with 5, ahead of Team Spirit with I think maybe 1 maximum there, maybe 2. It's looking very, very dangerous for both of those teams right now.
4 Romanian boys were coming into this game in 10th place on 39 points. It's going to be a massive boost for them coming into the overall standings, and a well-deserved result as well. I really believe they earned every single one of those points, and I kind of want to say they played better than Nexus. Nothing against Nexus, but I think as a team they played better than Nexus, and that's saying a lot, and that's a big compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nexus, to be completely fair to all the other teams, right, I think Nexus knew that if they won this one, they were in for a very good result, and I think they probably stayed very quiet. They were not aggressive as we've seen before. Dagestan should have still won that, I think, if they played a little bit more together.
Totally agree.
Prioritize different positions. They should have won that. But Nexus were in the prime position, and they knew it to pick up all those pieces at the end of the game, and they did it, and they did a great job.
PUBG Mobile is a team game at the end of the day, and you can be the biggest star of the show. You can be an incredible player in yourself, but if you're not playing as a team, you're not winning as a team. You're falling down as a team. And on that note, let's go to a quick break, and then we will be back for our second to last game in Sanhok.
Someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, right to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, rising up. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so fast. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so fast. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest.
Welcome back. I've been caught. Thank you very much. Let's go to the overall standings. I apologize. I'm a professional. Nexus Gaming. I was simply eating along with them on the third chicken dinner in a row and them claiming the top spot in the overall standings.
Yeah. Yeah. They sure did that, didn't they? 3 wins on the board, but you know what? We were talking in break, right? Just saying that it took somebody to get 3 back-to-backs who actually beat Team Spirit here, who are only 4 points behind right now and still have 0 wins on the board. So they're still doing a heck of a game. Even though it has been slower today, they're still up there. They're still consistent. It's just Nexus with 3 back-to-back wins. No one could have predicted that. SBG as well, though, 5 points behind. 5 points behind at the minute. It is looking still good for SBG, no matter what is going on right now. No matter how they're doing, it has been a bit of a slower game. They had a good start to the day, but it's been slower since. But they're still only 5 points behind. It's so doable still.
And I want to point out Dagestan 77 as well, right? Despite our justified criticism of their lack of executing a good position, they're still in the running. They're still only 19 points behind Team Spirit in second place. So this is fundamentally right now a 4-horse race for 2 positions. Again, the top 2 make it to PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. That's it. No ifs, buts, candies, or nuts. Top 2.
That's it's so tough. In some ways I hate when that sort of thing comes into play because there's so many good teams here, right? There's so many more who deserve it, and yet just to go through, it's really hard, especially coming off of, a different format last year when we're used to seeing all these names being household names, and now not qualifying to the top 2 position. It's really, really tough coming into here. It's going to be tough, a tough adjustment for a lot of these teams. But we cannot deny there have been a real difference between the top 5 and the bottom 15.
You're not wrong. It's just about it's just really about really performing better than the top 3 teams, right? And I know that might sound cliche, but that it really is what it's about. And not just for one game, but as many games as possible. The reason why we mentioned the likes of momentum is because of what Nexus have been able to do. Back to back to back. And it doesn't always need to be a chicken dinner, of course. Again, you look at SPG. But fundamentally, back to back to back, that's what all these teams down towards the 11th, 12th place need to do.
They do. You're absolutely right. You're right as well. It doesn't always have to be a win. I think in the qualifiers, SBG's worst position was 6th or 7th. That's the kind of of consistency we want
Yeah.
to see from a team. And that's an extreme because who does that? But at the same time, that is the kind of consistency we want to see. Constantly points. As long as you're getting 5, 6, 7 points every single game, that is going to add up eventually to a better placement than if you didn't.
Hell, look at Team Spirit. They haven't won a chicken dinner. And by the way, this is going to be, you got to understand, guys, there's an element of broken recordness coming from what we say because the writing's on the wall, right? Sometimes we need to point out the obvious. And the obvious is Team Spirit are still in second with 0 chicken dinners because they've points after points after points. And yeah, okay, it's been a little bit tougher today. They've had a couple of 0-point games. But again, when they've gotten a good result, they've gotten a good result.
Right. They have. They absolutely have. And it's been... Again, I'm going to reiterate. No one could have predicted NEXUS to get back-to-back wins, right? Team Spirit are thinking they're fighting against SBG, and that's ish kind of it, right? But NEXUS coming in with back-to-back-to-back wins, a turkey dinner, no one could have expected that, and they're only 4 points ahead of Team Spirit. So Team Spirit prepared really well for normal teams doing normal things. At the same time, when that was out of the ordinary, they're still only 4 points behind. There's plenty of time to catch that up. And if NEXUS go out in the next 2 games, it's everybody's chance.
Wait, so you call 3 chicken dinners in a row a turkey dinner?
Isn't that what it's called?
Well, it's a bit of a rhetorical question because it leads to my pun. And you could say that they've gobbled their opponents.
Oh dear. Yes. I suppose you could say that. I'm gonna leave that one with chat and see what they think of that one. That's an interesting one for sure.
Look, in my defense, I've like over a year of dad jokes to make up for in esports commentary. So you're lucky they haven't hit your ears a lot sooner, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. But what could potentially hit any of these players pretty quickly is either Lithuania or Shockwave. One player of each team have dropped very close to each other.
There's actually a few hot drops that we didn't see in the first Sanhok. You do have ALPI and 4RB. You also have STK and MABETEX again. And then, of course, you've got Azer and Silence here, who's being very quiet. I have to give him credit.
Once again, phase 1 is perfect. Mainland, center, Paradise Resort and Play, the hills around it. Very, very similar. So I don't really expect anything too crazy early on. But Lithuania has a player joined up in the back line, and that puts a lot of pressure on Azer.
Azer's going to have to be playing this really, really carefully, to be honest. I mean, he does have a DBS and a QBZ, QBZ, so it shouldn't be, he's not under-looted in any way. Got the Honey Badger as well. Underutilized weapon, really nice gun, actually. But the window is all coming into play, and the thing is that Silence is just making time. He's just wasting time until his teammates get here. They're very close right now, and he knows it. So Azer's got to do something really, really quickly here. He's got to get that knock and get out.
Oh, wow.
Lovely.
Azer punishing lack of initiation team push from the duo of Lithuania. Like, surely they would have known at this point that Azer was on his own, right? There's no hesitation in my eyes that there's more than one player in that compound.
The problem is as well that Rolkus is now the next solo on the chopping block, right? The rest of the team hasn't moved in. They've only just come in one by one. And Rolkus could actually end up having a little bit of a problem with that. Because, again, it's a 1v3 now. Rolkus is going to go down here unless he pulls a massive win.
Well, Lithuania in the backline do as a player push forward. The second knock comes through, but Azer, once again, continues to keep the dream alive for Shockwave. Shockwave more heavily punished, but now Razorino in the back line. No scope. It's iron sight. But still we'll be able to slow down the players from Lithuania.
Gonna have to be careful. Mind weapon might actually be in the back here. They have heard these shots. They are going to be looking for some third party here. There, yeah, Vama
What?
already in it.
Why would that second last player from Lithuania go where he went to? Surely, if the information and communication was as it should be from Lithuania, it would have been told, don't, basically there's a player across the way. If you go anywhere other than near me, you're gonna get exposed. Just really poor from Lithuania. Really poor.
Yeah, it is. And it's actually surprising, right? Lithuania, we've seen much better from them. So bad games happen, bad calls happen, but it is surprising to see it from them at this stage. At the same time, though, we have to move on at some point. MABETEX and STR going down, but Vama going down harder as MABETEX actually do a little bit of third party on the third party over here. Vama going on down. But MABETEX, you got bigger things to worry about. You got STK right in front of you. You shouldn't be looking at anybody else right now. The Mind Weapon going to be just chilling for now. They're going to be able to get that res. It's not a problem. MABETEX back over, focused onto STK as they push in a 3v3.
Once again, the Painan fight breaks out between these two teams. Stubbornness is the name. PUBG Mobile is the game. Haisu gets one knock, looks for another, finds it, and that's going to be MABETEX.
Wow.
Taking out Shoot to Kill. If I'm not mistaken, Shoot to Kill won the previous Painan fight. And MABETEX return favorites.
I think
they're
so.
going to stay alive.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain.
Wait, Sneaks is down now. Has Shockwave been third partying this? Or trying to get this elimination done? I think they have. Shockwave just up to 4 right now after that fight with Lithuania. And have another knock on their side. I'm surprised by the Mind Weapon, actually. Vama's down, and they do have Sneak back up right now. But I think they got surprised a little bit by Shockwave. They're very open, very split right now. And the zone is coming in as well. That's going to be a difficult position.
I don't agree with Shockwave heading in this direction for a couple of reasons. One, the general late game scope. You just got to be able to understand that. And two, with an early game engagement, they're so low on armor, helmet. Like Azer has level 1 helmet and a battered level 1 armor. Very little utility. They're just not prepared for the late game. And I know they might pick up more eliminations, but with the circle shifting up north, it worries me. It just worries me.
Yeah, it kind of shows a little bit of a almost a disregard for the loot phase in some ways, you know? Obviously, they're being quite successful here. They got the one. They're looking for more before they settle back down. But the problem is you've got to really balance it because it's a fine line. Because if you go a little too late, a little too long, by the time you actually get into that zone and start looting again, everybody's already in zone. And we're seeing that now. The circle has gone up to that north side. That southern side is really busy right now. And you also have Leo and MABETEX on the south side. So it is going to be a really difficult one for Shockwave to push through if they wait any longer.
Plus, a potential third party from MABETEX across the river could see Shockwave go down earlier than they would like in this game. Okay, a couple of players do go for the bridge movement in the vehicle. I like it. Razorino gets found out, though, by MABETEX. Shockwave been in fights since minute 1 of this game, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Because, of course, they've made it across the bridge, but they're now up against MABETEX. The Mind Weapon are still here. They're still up as a duo. They're still in the vicinity as well. There's no real move to be away from this area. So both these teams have to be careful not to get Gate kept as a DBS. Oh, gets one. Haisu goes solo, but does have a little bit more health there. The zone is not going to kill him, and he is going to be taken down. Azer taken down by Haisu right there.
I know mainly being with the DBS, but I kind of want to make a bold claim that Haisu is one of, like, easily top 5 strongest close quarter combat players in this lobby.
Yeah.
Numerous times he's gotten the better teams in these fights on his own. A credit to the lobby and a credit to his team.
100%. Haisu's been doing some phenomenal work for his squad, and they've backed him up well. They've enabled him to be able to make those crazy plays. I mean, you see it. Psyox has perfect angle onto his teammate, so if something does go wrong, he's able to do something. But Psyox, where is his help from his teammate? Psyox gonna be going so low. Yeah, gotta go out to that play zone. He doesn't have the meds quickly enough. Haisu has to retreat now. This turned really bad for them now.
But here's the thing. Shockwave are down to a solo. Razorino's on his own. Phase 3 about to pop. They're nowhere near the edge of the circle. If I remember seeing, Razorino only had 1 first aid. Although it's 6-7 points. Just not really the right way to do things. You can see live ranking, by the way, overall on your left-hand side of the screen. Gives you a good indication as this game goes on how things change. Dagestan on 1 point already, so well played. They do need to move from the Northwest Island, but yeah, good start.
It's interesting for Dagestan though, because they are outside a zone on the wrong side of the water as well. They're just now moving across to the mainland, so it's a very late rotation for them. But luckily for them, that northwestern position and zone completely open. They are good to go, so they'll be able to get into zone pretty easily there. SPG have learned their lesson from the last one, as right as they were to leave Paradise in that first game, they had to go straight back to it, and this time with a similar zone, they're just staying there, but they're staying on the edge.
Yeah, I like this. Best of both worlds right now from SPG. Nexus going up against 4 Romanian boys. We've seen this fight on the northern side across the road from Paradise Resort numerous times. The 4 Romanian boys, compared to the previous Sanhok game, by the way, didn't go as heavily central east in the first couple of circles. They opted to kind of stick around their normal Mongnai area of the map. And this is why they've ended up where they have, on the hillside, close to Nexus.
Nexus had a good split coming into this this next zone shift. But they've had to group up a little bit. They've had to join forces to go up against 4RB. Now, talk about a huge fight coming in here. This is a big one for both of them. 4RB need these points. Nexus cannot go out right now. They're only 4 points ahead of the lobby. And Team Spirit really looking to close that up very quickly here. So Nexus really have to do some good work here. 4RB have that advantage, though.
13 teams alive, 44 players. The majority of the teams have full squads. Just Shockwave with a solo, and MABETEX with a solo, and Team ALPI with 3 and S2 with 3. But now 4 Romanian boys gone up against Nexus, the current leaders of the lobby. Going to face off against 4 Romanian boys who had a fantastic game in the previous Miramar. But the separation gets the better of Nexus. 4 Romanian boys playing like a tightly knit unit. So good from 4 Romanian boys. Nexus all over the place in this situation.
Yeah, what happened? They should have pushed together. They should have pushed up and over. They should have been a relentless torrent in the face of 4RB, and it just did not happen here. Nexus just down to a solo, no points on the board. They won't get any points by the look of things, and they're just kind of, yes, you had this back-to-back-to-back, but with Team Spirit knowing now they're only 4 points behind, they'll be definitely reclaiming their spot.
Team Spirit are in a great spot down on the southwestern side of the circle. They have hard cover in terms of rocks. They have a good spread. They're close to a compound that has been integral across most of these Sanhok games, by the way, outside of Paradise Resort, currently locked down by S2. And yeah, Team Spirit can just wait, hold out, while KASIK and SPG hang around Paradise.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. TNL, Leo, ALPI, they're all looking to move in on the eastern side. Dagestan and S2 on the western. So there's actually not that many teams over to the side of Team Spirit that will actually do anything. Haisu's just full sending towards Team Spirit, but he's only a solo. I doubt he's going to make it through that line. But it is going to be Leo coming in here. Bubby, he's the only one who's knocked. He's probably not going to be able to get a revive here. And TNL waiting in the wings for this fight to finish.
Nexus went down. They reaped what they sow in this game and pay the ultimate price for Romanian boys. Giving them a taste of their own medicine, if I do say so myself. Come from the same cloth, both from Romania. They faced off against each other and played with each other over many years, so they'll live to fight another day. However, as this game goes on, 12 teams left, 38 players alive. Leo trying to cross the road. ALPI gonna be the toll, the gatekeepers, the you shall not pass for Leo Esports.
Nomi with a nice scout position up ahead there. It's looking good, actually. It's a nice little split they got going on. It's a strong one, but the zone goes towards them. They have to be really quick, really quick. If they want to win this game, they need to spread out. They need to control in 10 seconds. Here we go. Someone is doing something. There we go. A nice little spray going to be going down onto Leo in the other side. Team ALPI doing really good work here. Here comes the push. Great stuff coming in from both of them, but they are getting a couple of hits from the outside. KASIK is going to try and third party this, but it's too late. They're going to have to come in. They're inside that cover. Nice little bounce. We're seeing a lot of bounces.
If anything, the Nameless could come in over the lip of the hill down south of them in third party. I know the Nameless do need to cross the road, but if they want to pick up a couple of engagements, they could do that. But it's too little, too late as Leo Esports finish off the side of Team ALPI. 10 teams down to 9 teams, as I believe Shockwave are taken out by the Nameless. 33 players alive. Shots from SPG towards 4 Romanian boys on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. SPG have a 2-2 split. Bold, but I'm actually okay with it.
Yeah, it is very bold coming in from them. But I agree. I think it's actually really cool. SPG, nice little spot inside zone. They're going to have a lot of information, not necessarily the elimination advantage, but they will have information coming in there, so that's going to be good for them. Obley, though, he knows there's somebody in there. Nicely done. Rob's going to go ahead and get purple, but they have their own worries to worry about. Narvello going on down as Dagestan decide to go full force against SPG here around that cliffside. Dagestan as well doing a 2-2 split coming in here as well. One on the side of Paradise and one in those in that little compound there. But it's just so open. It's really, really hard to push in at this stage.
S2 getting involved, moving out of the building as they had to. They third party onto Dagestan 77 and get a knock onto one of their Romanian players, on one of the Dagestan 77 players. Team Spear being fed control inside the circle as well, as they're the only team outside of Rush Team that are inside this next circle. SPG have to move far down south. KASIK are in front of them. Dagestan 77 are both in front and to the side of them, as are S2 to the side of them.
SPG have to be very careful how they play this. Very, very careful. If they want to win, then they need to calculate what's best. Personally, I'd almost say going the way of S2, but they are going to take out Dagestan in the being Oakley going on down, but the other two of Dagestan are in that shack, but he does it well. GG's. Nice little stop to that right away, and now it's the full push. S2, their next target.
Absolutely wonderful stuff by SPG. Yeah, they might go down, but like I said, they're not going to go down without a fight. Not only Dagestan 77, but also Team Spirit getting involved on the higher ground spot of this circle. Narvello eliminated. Or should I say knocked down, as Robs is going to at least finish off Dagestan 77. A cheeky nade in from Zadira will see SPG taken down, but 9 eliminations will keep the pressure onto Nexus at the top of the standings, and potentially will we see Team Spirit claim their first chicken dinner of the finals. For a team continually at the top of the standings, it has certainly been a surprise that we're waiting until this game, until match 11, for them to potentially grab their chicken dinner.
You're right. It's crazy. It is crazy. 11 games, and this is their potentially their first win, but they're ready for it. You could tell from the very beginning they were splitting up the way you want them to split up when they're going to win a game. Nomi goes down, though.
Most likely confirmed as well. Rush team coming in from the south side. Did Team Spirit spend a little bit too long looking up the north side of the circle? Did they ignore
Possibly
the south side and give not only the man advantage but the space advantage to Rush team? With only 4 teams left, Spear with 3 players, Rush with a full squad, it's limited interactions that can give Team Spirit a bit of advantage against Rush team. Matana crawls in through the edge of this hill. Phase 8 blue zone is closing in. Strict with a nade. They're close together. Kitsune finds the Kami. So that's the Nameless taken out. One angle of cover shown down, but Kitsune gets knocked, followed by a second. Naomi, last player standing, goes for the drop shot, but he's on the sliver of hell, and he goes down. Rush team deny Team Spirit a chicken dinner. And while the last player, Dagestan 77, looks to steal the win from Rush team and keep themselves in with a fighting chance for top 2, he needs to do it now or never. 1v2 in theory, but Mori is eliminated, and now Zadira goes down, and Rush team take the win in Sanhok.
I love this for them. I love this for Team Rush. We saw them have 3 wins in, day 1 of qualifiers, and then zilch since, right? Yeah, they got here, but not really in the same style. Finally, here they are, Team Rush winning that Sanhok. It's looking so good now for that Erangel. I hope they can just get that momentum going and push it into the Erangel next.
Is it too late? I don't think so, right?
No,
we'll obviously find out
not.
in terms of the overall standings. But that was a well-played end game. Definitely benefited by, like I mentioned, Team Spirit being more focused on the north side of the hill, which I don't hold against them. But having a full squad behind you is always difficult to hold on, to kind of counter.
Yeah, it is, especially when I think everybody's attention was on that north side, ours included. I did not realize Rush were even behind Team Spirit there. All eyes were on Dagestan and SBG and S2 and all those teams. I thought Team Spirit played it super well. The way they were splitting said to me they were there to win. They realized there was only 4 points and went, hey, we can do that.
Yeah.
I think they thought, this time it's time to actually get some points on the board. 12 points is going to put them right back on top because I don't think Nexus got any. But Rush in there could surprise them. They got them in the end. Really well timed, that push actually by Rush team to be able to take out a couple of those, only just like a couple, 1 or 2, whatever, but time it so that you get that third party action.
Well done by Rush team, but I think until they follow it up and kind of give themselves or put themselves up there and into top 4, top 5, it really needs to be leaned on to Dagestan, Team Spirit, and SPG. Dagestan 77. 12 beautiful, juicy points.
Yeah.
It may not be more than Spirit, but again, when you're talking about a top 4 fight, it's still a top 4 fight.
It is. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's all coming down to those last couple of games. I think we could probably have predicted that, but it's just crazy how much these teams have fought and how close the points still are after all this time.
One more game to go before the end of day 2, and afterwards it'll be just 6 more chances. Join us after a short break as we head back over to Erangel.
Someone love, someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Can you feel it rising up? Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it.
Welcome back. to the PUBG Mobile Super League EU EMEA qualifiers with myself, Imperium, with Neptura, and with Ringo. Let me put him down.
Hi, Ringo.
We're into
Welcome
our final
to the
game of the
cast.
evening. Have to have a little bit of a cameo, but we're into the final game of the evening, and it's a very important game, right? Not only is it on Erangel, not only is it a great way, and we talked about it yesterday, a great way of a team ending the night on a confident, proactive result. But with the overall standings, as we'll get into, being so close between the top four, it's an opportunity for any one of these four teams. Well, more so Team Spirit, Nexus, and SPG specifically, to break away from the other teams, right? That, you know, but I also can't see it happening.
No, how are Team Spirit back on top with 0 wins? Just how are they doing that? But you're right. We're starting to see. Yeah, it is. But we are starting to see a little bit of a gap, right, between 4th and 5th. KASIK, as good as they have been, they're not able to really pick up the points as the top 4 have been able to do so far tonight. And we are seeing just over 30-point difference there. So it is going to be a bit more of a struggle for Team KASIK and those below to try and grab another chance at tomorrow. I think this game's really going to be the game for the 5th to 8th teams for sure, just to see if they can actually grab, the top 10 actually, grab another good game to set them up for a chance tomorrow. If they don't do well in this game, I kind of feel like that's the end of the road.
That's harsh, but I do understand where you're coming from. Mathematically, it might be possible, but tomorrow, but morally, when you look at how confident the top 4 have looked in most games, it would be hard for them to get back into the mix. So I do appreciate where you're coming from. I kind of wish that there was more than 2 spots available. However, that's what is going to make not only this game, but every single game tomorrow that much more exciting. Because you're going to see it switch, swap, turn, twist. Like, I don't know who's going to win this game. Genuinely, I could say it could be one of the top 4 teams. That's a well-calculated guess. But man, it kind of still is anybody's game in terms of top 8, top 10.
Absolutely. I mean, think about the last Erangel yesterday. We saw the Mind Weapon come in from last place with 1 point and come in and quadruple their score in that last game with a second place, I think they had. So, it just goes to show you anything is absolutely possible. You just got to put your mind to it in this last game. Nexus could be looking for a little bit more of a win. Maybe not a win, but maybe they just want to finish with a consistent ending, right? Not a 0 point.
Like, kind of scrub off the poor result from the last game. Because it's just like, that didn't happen. Yeah.
Exactly. Focus on a good time. Yeah, exactly.
Just kind of brush off the sour taste of that Sanhok game. I think would be the best way of describing it. And for SPG, we've seen them look more proactive, look more calculated, more aggressive.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to put them up there as a team that needs a chicken dinner. I know it might sound weird, but we haven't seen the complete SPG, in my opinion, right? We haven't really seen the complete SPG.
No, I see where you're coming from for sure. We saw so much more from SPG in the qualifiers, and maybe that was because of the larger
Yeah,
lobby. And now it's getting down to the wire, and you're just not seeing them able to find those openings as much. Maybe that's it. But at the same time, they were really good yesterday. They did some really good stuff, and today, while you're right, they have been much more calculated,
yeah,
and I've enjoyed that side of them. They need to match it with just a little bit more aggression now for this final game and for day 3 for sure.
yeah. Exactly, exactly. Okay, give me your prediction. Winner of this last game.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, fine. Winner of this last game. KASIK.
Wow, you're sticking to that kind of basic,
Yeah. Yeah.
train.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I am. What about you?
I'm gonna say 4 Romanian boys.
Ooh, good pick. I like that. I like that a lot. Very nice.
Well, I think it complements you in terms of a team that's outside the top 4, but also a
Mm-hmm.
team that has shown good promise over the last couple of games, right? In how they've
Mm-hmm.
positioned
Mm-hmm.
themselves and how they've played good portions of their games. So yeah, I think, we talk about team spirit needing to win, arguably SBG, but yeah, to add to a potential top 5 fighting
Yeah.
for the 2
Yeah.
available spots, yeah, either Kasich
Mm-hmm.
or 4 Romanian boys would be very juicy.
Yeah, I think so. It would be really nice. KASIK have had some really good stuff. We've seen them do some really cool things today so far. They just need a little
Yeah.
extra oomph. And maybe, the OG map like Erangel is actually what's going to get that for them.
And one factor, and I know it's kind of going to come in tomorrow's conversation, but I still think it's
Mm,
valuable to mention it now, is tomorrow
mm,
when you have much more of a understanding for the teams in the bottom half, i.e. the bottom 3-4 teams,
mm-hmm,
realistically not going to make it in.
mm-hmm.
They're the unpredictable teams because they have absolutely nothing to lose. We
Yeah.
could see a little bit
Yeah.
of it in this last game, but I think it's definitely a good conversation to touch on for tomorrow because they
Mm-hmm.
could go anywhere. They could kind of do anything.
They absolutely could. And the thing is, especially with these teams, right? We've seen some awesome stuff. Even though they're at the bottom, right? The TNLs, the MABTEXs, the all of them, ALPIs, they've all done really good stuff. They've just not been able to get the consistency. So they're not
Yeah,
bad teams. They're just inconsistent,
exactly,
inexperienced. So
exactly.
you're right. With nothing to lose, they are definitely a very dangerous entity that teams are going to have to watch out for. And it's something that it's good you bring up because it's one of my very favorite things about an end, the last game of any sort of phase or day or whatever, especially we get closer, especially as we see teams start to realize they're not going to be able to hit 122 points when they're at 28 points. It's just not going to happen. So now they're going to ruin everybody else's day. And it's really fun.
We are into the final game of the day. Erangel is the home of PUBG Mobile. It is where all of these players realistically started their journey in PUBG Mobile. I'm sure you remember the very
Mm-hmm.
first time you downloaded the game. A fresh
Yeah.
install, waiting for all the resources to load in. You get into the tutorial and you load into Erangel and you see the map. It's beautiful. It's glorious.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, there's no turning back.
Yeah. There's nothing like an 8 times on an M4. That's all I have to say.
Oh,
um,
here. Now
yeah.
you're going way back.
Oh, way back. I'm a season 2 player. That's when I got started. But my starting was slightly different, only because it was a fresh download and everything, and then it wouldn't let me open the game because I was on an iPhone 6. So, and it was for season 1. It was a brand new game, and I was on an iPhone 6. So I had to wait till season 2, when the app actually worked. So there is that. um,
Nice.
but from
Nice.
sure for everybody with a more updated device, it was just as you described, and what a way to start, and here we are 6 years later now, coming in here. These teams have been playing for so long, most of them, and PUBG continues to throw challenge after challenge, just like this zone.
Exactly. This zone is a difficult one. Because the playing path was very heavily east. But then when you have a massive western playing path, that does throw a spanner in the works. It's a similar phase 1 that we saw in the last Erangel game that will give an element of comfort to a lot of these teams. But knowing that there's now arguably a lot more teams on the eastern side of the circle will require some adjusting from teams.
It's gonna be difficult for everybody on that eastern side, right? And the problem is this zone really puts everybody in a bind, because the only opportunity teams have to get away from that eastern rummage, really. Oh, come on, you could have avoided that. What are you doing, Rush Team? Anyway, is actually on the north side, because unless you're going to do a botation, you cannot go to the south side. MABETEX have no option there. You could sneak across the bridge maybe, but by the time they're done looting and getting to that point, lots of teams are already going to be taking up that southern side of the zone. That's going to be taken up. It's going to be not free real estate any longer. So these teams actually have a really hard chance of getting in.
I would agree in the general sense with you, but one thing I've somewhat observed with these kind of circles is that most of the teams tend to prefer a more, not directly central position, but further away from Ferry Pier Hill, for example, and even further away from kind of Quarry, in the sense of, I think there's a clean opening for the likes of MABETEX. In other games, you would definitely have far more opportunity for, or far more likely to have a team kind of gatekeeping that western bridge. But in my observation, like I said, most teams give space for the likes of MABETEX to move across the bridge.
Shockwave and SBG, though, they don't care about the south side whatsoever, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I see your point about MABETEX. That's quite true. If they can get there early enough, I just worry about a really late rotation like we saw last time, and them getting caught out there.
They're already moving, though. They're already moving.
They are already moving. That's good for them. Okay, good. Nice to see that. Leo losing Bubby again, though. Bubby's been a good player for the team in the first half of the game, and they lose him out early, so they're going to go down to just 3. But we do have Bosonic in here. Not Balsamic. It is Bosonic. It's not the vinegar. He's not a vinegary guy. He's a PUBG player. It's all good. How
do you know?
But,
how do you know? It's 2024.
You're right. I apologize. Yeah, you good.
How dare you
right.
presume?
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's okay. I got you, Balsamic.
I love you, Balsamic.
MABETEX indeed do move across. That was so weird, by the way. They do need move across the bridge, at least as a 2-man team initially. S2 have a clean rotation, by the way, from Primorsk. They took their time getting there, but now they're able to rotate accordingly. And the mind weapon worry me a little bit with not only a heavy spread, but also a lack of locking down a hard position in the center of the circle so late into the circle. Like, I know there's still half a blue zone to close in, but in my opinion, that's still late to lock down a position in the center.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. They need to figure that out ASAP. Team Spirit, they're one of those early rotators. They're coming in over to the field area, just slightly on that south side of the Gatka fields. STK moving in, ALPI right in front of them as well. STK, one of those teams that we really thought we'd see more of, and they just haven't been able to step up to the plate here today yet, but it could all change. You know, it is still one more game. They're hounding ALPI right now, trying to get past Potato Hill, and Fearless just running for their lives over here as Striker looks to just take that information and run with it himself. So ALPI, they're going to move into zone, no problem there. Interesting. It's almost like SDK didn't really feel like they had enough loot to take on that fight.
That's a fair calculation to make. Something that probably doesn't get featured enough. Yeah, okay, I highlighted it in around, like, let's say Shockwave in Sanhok when they took a fight and then they went to take another fight. They weren't really ready for it. But even just initially, if you've had to rotate early, yeah, you're not really maybe as prepared to fight as other teams. So good observation. I don't know if that's the case, but it's still a good speculative observation for sure. Teams, like I said, opting to go more central in this kind of circle. Spirit, even MABETEX themselves, the Mind Weapon, even Rush Team inside Everest, right? Nobody's down. Nobody's down south. Nobody's anywhere near Quarrier Ferry Pier.
Wow. All right.
Yeah,
well,
but
you
that's
know
been
what? There
consistent
goes all
in
my
Erangel
points.
games.
That is true. You're right there. So all my points on that front going out the window there. You're right. The teams have just not been going down to that south side. Funnily enough, for some reason, no one really wants to do that. I'm not sure why, but sure, why not? Even S2, they were in Primorsk, and they're moved up to the northwest side. So yeah. So really not wanting to use that.
At least now they're probably going to have to use that south side because it is a very southern shift. Lithuania given a prime opportunity while the Mind Weapon take on Shoot to Kill.
Oh!
Wow. Goodbye, Shoot to Kill.
I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Would you like some pancake?
I mean,
with your
sure.
maple syrup?
I'm down. Sure. Sounds good. Yikes. Oh.
So you take a pancake over a donut?
Probably because it's a breakfast food, and I'm down for breakfast foods being sweet all the time.
Pancake is
I have
not
a
a
massive sweet
breakfast
tooth.
food.
What? This guy's insane. Chat, back me up on this.
Okay. It depends on... Are you talking about, like, American style pancake?
Oh, yeah. What are you talking about?
Okay. I'm talking about crepes.
Oh, you're talking about a crepe? Oh, yeah, okay.
Well,
I mean, the French do have them as breakfast foods, but I understand that a bit more now. Okay, I see where you're coming from.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, to see where you're coming from. That we could agree with that. Once again, we talk about donuts and pancakes. We talk about food. I love it.
A lot. I'm hungry. Please help.
You know who is hungry? SPG.
I was just about to open with that.
Great minds think alike. Yeah, SPG. They want this win. They want this game. I feel like they can feel it, and they've gone quite central. They moved quickly again. They were in their usual compound. They've had to move. They normally stick to the north of the river. Again, they've gone quite central.
I think everybody's gone quite central, to be honest. There's only two teams, and it's these two. Shockwave again, outside of zone. Oh, and Robbie with a beautiful spray there 4 times. M4, let's go. For RB, your prediction holding strong right now. 4 eliminations, and so even. 1-1-1-1 across the board as Shockwave go down with 0 points for this entire game. They were looking good. They had a good opening in here, but 4RB from Georgia Pole just cut them off there, so they will have to wait until tomorrow to start making more moves.
Do you think that was possibly a little bit targeted by 4 Romanian boys?
I'm not entirely sure. I think that's probably just wrong place,
Okay.
right time sort of deal, personally. But it can be hard to read what's a target and what's not, so it could have been.
Fair enough. Fair
Oh!
enough. Circle shifted down south, and Dagestan 77 going up against SBG. We missed the start of the fight, but
Or
we're
not.
certainly going to see the end of the fight. As SBG, I said they were
wow.
hungry for a chicken dinner, but they're going to have to cook themselves a chicken dinner outside the game as they are eliminated early on with only 1 point on board. MABETEX taking the fight against Spirit, the leaders of the lobby. Could we see the 2 top teams in the top 4 go out early on in this game? I know Team Spirit, they're not going to give up. Auron is knocked. Unlikely to get revived. And he's finished off Nomi. But with effect knocked down, Spirit will have to hold things out, slow it down just a little bit to get back up as a full squad.
Just like that, we see these 2 big teams, the talk of the town when it comes to that leaderboard, and these fights, and somehow, in some ways, struggling as well, you know? We see just lower teams as well, with that recklessness coming in of nothing to lose really coming into play here.
That's fair. That's actually a fair point. Turns the tables. Turns the tide. Switches momentum. As Dagestan 77 get involved as well. So Team Spirit, honestly, they're just going to have to stay inside these buildings. I don't know if they're exactly sure that there's a team to the north of them, but I'm pretty certain they have a bit of an idea, because I don't think Dagestan 77 came on foot, and they have been taking shots across the way towards Rush Team.
4RB only now starting to make it towards that zone area, but they've got a nice open spot. Team Rush could decide to do something about it, but it's unlikely given their particular position in this zone right now. All eyes are on that center spot. Here you go, 4RB and Rush Team right now looking around, and it looks kind of like Rush are going to give them the space. I don't agree with this by Rush. They have the time to actually make this push happen, but we'll see how this turns out. Maybe they're just doing a regroup.
Circle shifted and it's ping pong back up towards the northwest. The Nameless had a player knocked down by Nexus, and now the push is going to come in from Nexus. But is it as coordinated as we want to see? Is it going to be discombobulated like we saw in Sanhok? They are the aggressors though, not the defenders. As Redox drives around, Doran finds 1 knock, another knock comes through. This is a Nameless swarm down from the hillside, but with another team getting involved, the KASIK hear the shots. Doran whittled down. A sliver of health, will most likely have to prone down and try and find the first aid. He gets behind the tree. Shots by Redox, trying to slow down KASIK, but that's a beautiful nade to knock down Doran.
Nexus being far more careful coming into this than they were in that Sanhok. They know they have a dangerous day ahead of them. They want to make the most of this game. So far, Doran is down. Doesn't look like it's really going to help them all that much. But the nades do keep flying. They have enough space to work with here. KASIK, on the other hand, doing a good defense.
I like that the smokes came out for Doran to go towards Redox and not the other way around. I worried that Redox is going to go towards Doran, but given that space, and I do respect that KASIK didn't push off the back of that. Ultimately, they can still continue to gatekeep, per se, the members in Nexus.
Right.
And focusing on teams in front is still just as valuable. So well done by KASIK.
No, it's nice discipline to see from them, right? And
Yeah,
that's what you really look for is discipline in a team. So GG's, nicely done. We don't know the reasoning necessarily behind it, but it is there, and that communication is most definitely there to do that. So nicely done on their part. I'm being slightly distracted though, Imperium, by Lithuania right now. There's a huge, huge split. And I'm not sure it's
Jesus.
entirely working out for them. With this kind of particular like placement of the hills and everything, I think it's just way too far.
Yeah, that's a bigger split than a banana split right there.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
Lithuania have had very little trouble coming in from the south side, right? Because I mentioned that very few teams stay around the south side of these kind of circles. So these are taken advantage by grabbing information, creating a bit of a spread, but you would like to see them join back up more cohesively coming into phase 5 and arguably at least phase 4. Now there's no teams on towards the very northern side, mainly because it's all open field. You have the compound to the south of Chopsticks that ALPI have somewhat locked down, even as a 3-person team that's still in play on this circle. And then it's the hill to the south of the roadside.
Once again, I think the real theme. Oh, Rush do go down there. GG's Rush. 4RB up to 6 eliminations. Let's go. But I really think this whole day, the theme of today has been just massive one-sided fights, right? Look at this zone. Alpi can just chill, kick back, have a drink, do whatever they want. Iced tea, iced tea or anything, that's all good. But all the rest of the teams are down on the south side fighting each other. It's guns blazing down there, and Alpi don't have to do a thing.
It's going to be difficult for Nexus, but I suggest they stick to the northeastern edge. It's on kind of low to mid ground where they'll be able to cover their backs against the likes of Alpi and not be too pressured by both KASIK, the Mind Weapon, and even Dagestan. That's kind of what they're doing. I don't like how they're going so central east, but maybe they're just gathering information.
I have to hand it to the Mind Weapon, to be honest. They have been so consistent today. Even if it is in a small way, right? We haven't seen them go out super guns blazing and getting all the points and all of this. But they are doing well. They're consistently in this top 10 position, which is not something we saw yesterday. So it is nice to see them make that small improvement. However small it may be in terms of the points, it's looking good in game. So I do like that from them.
Against this kind of lobby, it's tough, right? Now Lithuania pushing in towards the compound that the Mind Weapon have locked down on the south edge of the circle. Sneak with knock the Makivinaz Woodk on this edge of this trailer. Picks up a knock. Now temping towards the warehouse. The Mind Weapon
beautiful.
need to gather the bones, gather a space, but as the members of Lithuania push in, it's going to be too much for the Mind Weapon, and a clean, aggressive engagement by Lithuania. If they can get the revives, it'll be positive, but they're getting third party by Nexus.
Oh my goodness, so they are. That could be detrimental for them as they try and get those smokes up and running, but it might not happen. It might. We'll have to see. The Mind Weapon at the moment, just chilling. They're in a hard cover position. They're good to go, but Kapahala does have eyes. So does Team KASIK, actually. As Haisu does go down in that kill feed, MABETEX, Haisu did Molotov himself. And then Kenzu did get taken out as well, so that's a big GG's over their way. Team Spirit live for another day, but Rolkus goes down. Temp with the nade. Let's go.
We still have kind of 3 teams in that compound, or we had 3 teams, and MABETEX goes down. Still Dagestan 77 and Team Spirit on the western edge of this circle. Phase 5 moving into phase 6. Mind Weapon keeping their dreams alive, but with temp knock it's going to be easier said than done.
Wow.
And 4 Romanian boys get blasted into tomorrow. Still a strong game with 9 points. But Team Spirit staying alive, and they're looking to create that gap. Show every single other team that you may get close, but we'll continue to win. We'll continue to secure our spot in the PUBG Mobile Super League. Now the push comes in for Lithuania, heading up towards the top of this building. Easy entry point, just a stairway. The perfect nade will do the job, as smokes are going to slow the members of Lithuania down. Time is ticking, 10 seconds until Blue Zone starts closing in. It's a trade on board. Jumps out of the building. I believe it's Temp, the last player alive for the mind. No, Vama, 69, my apologies. He jumps out the window, but still Lithuania will be able to get the revive. We'll be able to stay up as a full squad.
That was such a tense fight. Oh my goodness me. Here comes the nade, but it's not going to be quite good enough. That's Mac trying to do a little bit more damage than that. He does finally get one inside. There we go. He is going to go on down, and that will be the end of Vama. GG's. Mind Weapon defended that really well, actually, but 5 eliminations, top 7, not a bad way to end the night. That's just crazy. I was just waiting for that fight to start. It was so tense there between these two. They were playing it very evenly, I have to say. Even though Lithuania had the obvious man advantage, they didn't seem to be using it particularly effectively. And that, with the third party, to be fair to them, there was a lot of shots being fired on them. But it was a very even fight in that way. So very, very tense coming in there. Lithuania, 6 eliminations and a full squad. So kudos to them.
Still, Nexus, somewhat back on form. 3 eliminations. The only team somewhat on the east side of the circle. Again, it's phase 6, so that doesn't mean as much as it does in phase 3, phase 4. They have sightlines on Lithuania. You saw them take shots earlier on. But they are definitely careful of the north side. You have Doran kind of hanging on to the outskirts, looking towards that north. Now swinging down south. Just trying to give as much information to the rest of the team.
Ooh, yeah, that was bound to happen, right? This compound is so open. And here comes Team Spirit. They got rid of the threat in the building, and now they're able to scout out a little more. They're able to spread out a little more, take shots on lots of different teams. This is going to be really, really good for them if they can keep it together. Dagestan going to be a massive threat, though. Full squad right next to them. Nexus across the way as well, as Mac does eventually go on out. So Lithuania down to just 3 coming out of there, but that's a pretty good result, actually, for how open that area is.
Plus shots from Spirit gets a knock onto one of the members of Nexus. Like I said, this late into the game, everybody can arguably see each other once you get over a little bit of a dip, over a little bit of a hill. So coordinating as much as you can, reacting as quickly as you can, but remaining calm is imperative. The next circle shifts up north, and ALPI are absolutely loving this shift. The thing is, a lot of teams are going to eventually be looking in their direction.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell who's going to actually come out on top here. I mean, Nexus certainly have the upper hand when it comes to the immediate vicinity of these teams, but ALPI could very easily backstab Nexus right now. They have to take that control that we've talked about for the last 2 days. They need to start moving forward, getting really, really aggressive with this. You know, not reckless, but just aggressive. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but they need to have tried.
Totally agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. As Naomi sprays to get a knock onto one of the KASIK players. Luckily, still 3 players left for KASIK. They are lying currently in 5th place, with Dagestan still in this game in 4th in the overall standing. Nexus still in this game, who are in 2nd, and Team Spirit once again in 1st, still in this game. Dagestan move on in. They're opting to go towards the north side, taking on Team Spirit. Frank on his own per se in that moment, gets knocked by DBS Fearless. A little bit too late to chuck out a nade. Has nowhere to go in Dagestan. All they need to do is just wait and clean this one out, but not without Lindo Boom going out without a fight. I don't know if he actually got the run over with that one onto the members of Dagestan 77. He did, and that's going to be ALPI taking out this game 4 alive. KASIK, Team Spirit, Dagestan, and NEXUS.
ALPI, Dagestan did what ALPI could not, unfortunately. Hate to see it for him, but GG's, Dagestan got another few points on the board. That's what they need.
They need every single point that they can get their grubby little hands on. And more importantly, if they can get the revive up, they remain as a full squad, while Team Spirit have been whittled down to a solo. But now is NEXUS attempt to focus on cleaning off Team Spirit. It's going to be Dagestan that's going to be rock and rolling into the center of the map. NEXUS drawn the form of the day already on 3 chicken dinners. Can they find their 4th? It'll be a hell of a way to end. But let's be fair. Either way, it's been a good day. Whereas for Dagestan 77, they're in the fight for the top 4. But they want more. They want more. They want the top 2. They want the PUBG Mobile Super League slot, and they're going to do everything in their power to make it happen.
I was gonna say, yeah, NEXUS need to be really careful with that solo. Naomi, really nice nade, but it's not gonna be enough. And now he knows where Doran is. NEXUS have to play this so carefully. They can't move around to that left-hand side. It's too open, too low ground. Naomi continuing to be a threat in their path.
You're dead right. If Naomi was eliminated, it would give them so much more control off the lip of the hill. As well as just allowing them to focus on the final team. Whereas they just can't give 100% attention to Dagestan 77. I do appreciate how close NEXUS are together. The one small risk is that nades from Dagestan 77 could do a lot of hurt on multiple players. But again, in terms of teamwork, job done. And it's Dagestan 77 to do the job that NEXUS couldn't do and take down the final member of Team Spirit. It's a clean 4v4 fight to end day 2 of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for EU. Again, a lot to play for. Not only in this game, but in the overall standings. 2 teams at the end of tomorrow, in literally 24 hours later, will book their spot into the PUBG Mobile Super League, but that's a story for the future. Right now, it's NEXUS against Dagestan, and Kapahala goes down. It's 4v3. Dagestan see the writing on the wall. They push up over the lip of the hill, but with lots of nades, they have to be careful. Maybe focus on one side of the hill. I see one player from Dagestan, Zora, hanging on to that left-hand side. Magnum on towards the right-hand side. Obli in the centre. Zidira with a crate drop. Level 3 gear. The damage. Broken. Beaten. Scarred. 1, 2, 3. Not yet. Redux goes down. And Dagestan claim the chicken dinner.
Okay. That game, okay, has put everything, just completely upended it. Everything. I mean, I think Team Spirit are probably going to be top, right? But NEXUS had 11 eliminations. Dagestan, I think, are now up to probably somewhere around that number as well, with a chicken dinner, 21 points. I mean, I'm thinking top 2.
I do think they've overtaken SPG, but I don't think they've overtaken NEXUS.
Okay. Interesting.
That's without us seeing it, by the way. But at the end of the day, again, coming into tomorrow, how confident will Dagestan feel?
I would be.
How good are they going to be just feeling, and I know it's 24 hours later, but god damn it, it makes a difference.
Yeah, but yeah, 22 points. If I could finish off a night with 22-point game in this kind of lobby, I would be absolutely just sky high right now. So good. And it's a fair bit above the top 4, right? Nexus, Team Spirit, SPG aren't even on the top 8 for the match ranking. So, you have to
Yeah.
think, Dagestan coming in with a real shot. And what's happened now is they've told those top 3 teams, they've told them, listen, you've got one more team to worry about coming into tomorrow.
SPG with 1 point. That's it.
Yeah.
And it was looking
Yep.
so good. I appreciated their early rotation. I appreciated their kind of more central play. Maybe that was too outside of their comfort zone. Maybe that was too far
Maybe.
away from what they normally do. That's a fair question, and it's not like against them. It's just something that if they refine a bit more coming into tomorrow, yeah, great. But in terms of right here, right now, Dagestan have overtaken them.
But not Nexus. All right, you were right. Interesting, but Nexus just 2 points behind Team Spirit there, and Dagestan 10 points ahead of SBG. They're falling slowly but surely, and now we're seeing 6 points difference between Dagestan and Nexus.
18 points divide Team Spirit and SBG. That's all.
Wow.
That's one good game.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that Team Spirit have been so consistent. When it's all said and done, they've been so consistent. They have the second highest placement points with 0 chicken dinners. And they have the highest elimination points. But also Nexus with 3 chicken dinners today. What a turnaround.
Yeah. I mean, we were almost ready to count them out, right? Just because yesterday was just not looking good. In fact, the first game wasn't particularly amazing for them.
Yeah, it was okay, but it wasn't anything sparkling.
Yeah. 100%. And now they're top 2. SBG have to worry about them. Dagestan have to worry about them. Team Spirit definitely have to worry about them. What are they, 2 points behind? That's nothing.
Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah.
We're walking into tomorrow with so many questions to be answered. Questions that we can't answer at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And you can help us answer the questions, right? You can help us by joining in on the conversation. Find us on social media. PUBG Mobile Europe YouTube. PUBG Mobile Europe Official on TikTok. PUBG Mobile Europe and Instagram. Let us know who you think are going to be the teams that book their slot into the PMSL EMEA. If you were a spectator, purely spectator, Neptura, who would be your 2 teams?
I still think it would be Team Spirit and SBG. I think it would still be SBG. Okay. We've seen far too much of them to think that today is going to change everything. I think I'd still go with those 2.
That's a fair assessment. I'm not going to give my 2 picks.
Go on.
That's the joys of being the host. Nah. You have to wait until tomorrow to find that one out. Join us. 6 games are coming up in the final day of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Get your rest, get your relaxation, because all of the energy is going to be used tomorrow. See you all tomorrow, and have a great evening.
Someone will say wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I